media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending on the number of speakers.
Good evening and welcome to a joint meeting with Housing Authority on Tuesday, August 23rd, 2022. To help slow the spread of COVID-19, City Council adopted an emergency proclamation on Tuesday, July 19th, requiring face coverings to be worn while in attendance at all City of Burbank public meetings, including but not limited to meetings of the City Council and its boards and commissions. We appreciate all attendees joining us in person for wearing a face covering while they are inside the council chamber. I would like to invite David Leslie, Parish Associate of First Presbyterian Church in Burbank, to lead us in the invocation this evening. Will everyone please stand and remain standing for the flag salute? Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please pray with me. Creator God, we ask your favor upon the city of Burbank and its inhabitants, those who live and work here. We thank you for the city staff. Be with them as they provide services to the public. And we ask your blessing upon these elected leaders, this city council. Be with them in their deliberations and guide them in their decisions. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Stephen Edward of the Burbank Tournament Roses Association to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
You put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Madam City Clerk, please conduct the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Frutos. Councilmember Schultz.
Present.
Councilmember Springer.
Here.
Vice Mayor Anthony.
Present.
And Mayor Talamantes.
Present.
Noting the absence of Councilmember Frutos. Thank you.
Thank you. We would like to advise the community that there will be 3 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period and during the public hearing public comment period. The first period is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and/or any agenda item except the public hearing. If you would like to participate in general public comment over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. The second and third public comment periods are for public comment on the 2 public hearings. This evening, for public comment by the phone on the public hearing, we kindly ask that you call 818-238-3335 after the general public comment period has closed and when the public hearing begins. Before we continue the meeting, I would like to take a moment of silence for a special friend and colleague who led her community with passion, Mrs. Carmen Ramirez. Mrs. Ramirez was a dedicated public servant. She served on the Oxnard City Council for 10 years before she was elected to the Ventura County Board of Supervisors in 2020. Mrs. Ramirez worked closely with Burbank's elected officials as the Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG, Regional Council First Vice President. Her passion for service was evident in all she did, and she will be deeply missed. The City of Burbank extends their sincere condolences to Mrs. Ramirez's family and all those who were fortunate to have her known. Thank you. We have 4 announcements this evening.
The following are announcements for August 23rd, 2022. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for 1 vacancy on the Burbank Water and Power Board for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2026. The deadline to submit an application is Wednesday, September 7th at 5 p.m. If interested, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. Vaccination proof or medical religious exemption will be required of all applicants. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. Due to an emergency repair by the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California to the upper feeder pipeline that carries water from the Colorado River, both Burbank residents and businesses will need to put outdoor irrigation on hold from September 6th through September 20th. During this time, Burbank will be 100% dependent on the state water project, thus resulting in the suspension of outdoor irrigation. Only hand watering for trees and gardens will be allowed before 9 a.m. or after 6 p.m. For questions and or more information, please visit burbankwaterandpower.com or call us at 818-238-3700. In response to the Metropolitan Water District upper feeder pipeline repair, Burbank Water and Power will offer free recycled water to residents and businesses. Recycled water is highly treated wastewater that should only be used for watering landscapes. A community recycled water fill station will be open to the public from September 6th through September 20th. The fill station is located by George Isaiah Park at 1110 West Clark Avenue. Residents and businesses can bring in 1 to 300 gallon buckets and fill with recycled water to use on their trees, gardens, and plants. More information can be found on the Burbank Water and Power website at burbankwaterandpower.com/H2O to go. The Burbank Domestic Violence Task Force, in partnership with the Family Service Agency, Burbank YMCA Social Impact Center, Zonta Club of Burbank Area, the Burbank Police Department, and the Los Angeles LGBT Center, is hosting the Domestic Violence Community Awareness Workshops. Each workshop will cover different topics around domestic violence, including recognizing different forms of abuse, impact of domestic violence on the community, connection between domestic violence and human trafficking, and more. The final workshop will include a simulation exercise titled In Her Shoes, where participants will experience the journey of a domestic violence victim. For more information, please visit the city's calendar at www.burbankca.gov. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
We have one presentation on the agenda this evening, a presentation of a proclamation recognizing August 26, 2022 as Women's Equality Day in the city of Burbank. I would welcome Ms. Kelly Potts, President of the Zonta Club of Burbank, and Councilmember Sharon Springer to meet me at the podium. Thank you. Let me read the proclamation, and then we'll get on to some words. Women's Equality Day. Whereas the women of the United States have historically been treated as second-class citizens and have often been denied the full rights and privileges public or private, legal or institutional, which are available to male citizens of the United States. And whereas winning the right to vote in 1920 was the culmination of a 72-year equal rights movement by women that formally began in 1848. Yes, that's right, 1848, at the world's first Women's Rights Convention in Seneca, New York. And whereas the 1971 joint resolution of the U.S. Congress designated August 26th the anniversary date of the certification of the 19th Amendment to extend the right to vote to women as a symbol of the continued fight for equal rights. And whereas attaining equality between women and men, eliminating all forms of discrimination against women, are fundamental human rights. And whereas the women of our community are to be commended and supported in their organizations and activities. Now, therefore, I, Jesse Talamantes, Mayor of the City of Burbank, recognize the commemoration of the day in 1920 on which the women of America won their right to vote and recognized August 26 as Women's Equality Day in the City of Burbank. Signed this 23rd day of August, 2022, Jesse Talamantes, Mayor. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor Talamantes and council and staff for recognizing this day with this proclamation. It's an important reminder that the fight for equality continues 50 years after this was first proclaimed. Zonta has always been at the forefront of the struggle and continues to be here in Burbank, here in the U.S., and around the world. Members of the club are here tonight in support of this proclamation. Thank you, members. There's still so much work to do to ensure women have the equal access to opportunity and have the support they need to succeed. We encourage the council to keep the ideals of this day in mind during their deliberations and continue to work with us and everyone in the community to uphold these ideals. Thank you, everyone, for your support, and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And after Councilmember Springer speaks, I'd like to have all the Zonta members coming up for a picture. Councilmember Springer?
Yes. Thank you very much. It's so nice to see the Zontans here and all of you here in council chambers. And this year, it's especially significant, Women's Equality Day, because after the November 8th election, there will be 3 women on Burbank City Council. And that's the first time in history. And it's so exciting to be a part of it. All of us have been a part of it, and it's taken a long time, and we're not finished. We need to be the shoulders for the younger generations, just like women who came before us, like our grandmothers, our mothers, our sisters, our mentors, our employers were for us. So we must continue to be brave. We must continue to speak up. We must continue to extend opportunity and do our best and continue to learn, grow, and thrive and help other people, other women do that. Thank you. It's so good to see you.
Thank you. Come on up. Kodak moment.
Can we take our masks off? Or no?
Yes, go ahead, take your mask.
Just for the picture.
All those in favor, say aye. Thanks. Moving on on the agenda, City Manager Justin Hess, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do not have anything for tonight.
Thank you. City Attorney McDougal.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, for members of the public, this evening, City Council met in closed session with the city's labor negotiator, Ms. Betsy McClinton, pursuant to Government Code Section 54-957.6 for labor negotiations concerning Burbank Firefighters International Association of Firefighters Local 778. City Council took no reportable action.
Thank you, sir. Now is the time for joint general public comment. For members of the public who are here in person and wish to speak, please present a completed yellow general public comment card. Yellow. Any person speaking during general public comment may address the council on any matter concerning city business except the public hearing. If you speak to the public hearing item, your comments will not be included in the public hearing record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. In order to promote fairness, please stay within your maximum allotted time of 3 minutes. A timer is available on the podium to help the speaker keep track on how much time is left. Please state your name for the record. For those wishing to call in during the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. Somebody better answer their phone. Yeah. I want you to come home. All right, our first speaker is Arda Tekachian, Office of the Senator Anthony Portantino, and the speaker after that would be Jamie Keiser.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes and council members. My name is Arda Chakian. I am a district representative with the Office of Senator Anthony Portantino. I am here to share a brief update on the members' gun control policies. A leader in the gun control movement in California, the senator was happy that Governor Newsom signed SB 906 and SB 1327. He anticipates that Governor Newsom will also sign SB 918, California's answer to the Supreme Court Bruin decision when it passes the legislature later this month. The senator and Burbank resident Linda Besson recently had the opportunity to share Burbank's over-concentration of gun stores directly with Attorney General Bonta and Governor Newsom. Tonight, the senator is in Sacramento and asked me to join you to reiterate his support for the city's moratorium decision and share that our office is always at your service. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jamie Keiser, followed by Susan Howe.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and city staff. I am Jamie Keiser, CEO of the Burbank Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here tonight to provide input on Agenda Item 15 regarding preferential parking and speed bumps on streets surrounding Raising Cane's. I'd like to start with a serious issue that was supported by Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, and Council members Schultz through a 3-to-1 vote on eliminating the public comment after an agenda item that includes a report to Council. It's hard to weigh in on a plan that hasn't been presented yet, and the community should have the right to voice their opinion on an agenda item before it goes to vote. Asking participants to review the city agenda, download and read reports prior to a meeting is a heavy lift and not typically something busy business owners and residents with families are able to do. I am here tonight to support a true community icon of 65 years, the Talleyrand, and the surrounding residents and businesses adjacent to Raising Cane's. We have discussed this subject ad nauseum, and the big frustration is the lack of communication by the city. I understand that ongoing conversations are happening with Raising Cane's, but not the same can be said for businesses like the Talleyrand, whose financials are down in sales as a result of their new neighbor. Owner Karen Ross has reached out to the city council and city leaders many times, and this last email chain painted a picture of the serious issues facing her business, and she didn't even receive a response for 6 days after she was forced to reach out again. I believe we'll learn tonight that there's an action plan in place for speed bumps and preferential parking, but the only way we're getting the information communicated is to tune into a city council meeting. This topic is 15 on the agenda, which means the subject will be addressed very late this evening as the second to the last item on a lengthy agenda. Two of the city priorities are neighborhood protection and quality of life, and the Raising Cane's situation falls square in the middle of both. We have so many questions, like why a traffic study wasn't administered. More can be done by the city, and more needs to be done to communicate in a timely manner the city's plan of support for this debilitating situation that has dropped on the laps of the surrounding businesses and residents. We all understand that this will not go away, but if handled thoughtfully, it will reduce stress levels, dangerous situations, and help the neighborhood get back to a new normal that they can live with. I will say that Raising Cane's has been responsive and supportive, and a lot of the issues are not with the restaurant itself, but rather the restaurant location and volume of disruptive customers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Susan Howe, followed by Stefan Castle.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Susan Howe, and I live on South Orchard Drive, and I'm here to speak about Raising Cane's as well. I know that I've heard that there is a plan of closing Orchard at Olive for 6 months and see how that works. Let me tell you, as a resident of Orchard, we already know that we can no longer use our city streets to turn right or left onto Olive. So we pretty much avoid Orchard at Olive and have to go down other streets. But if we put close the street off there, the only thing that's going to do is put more traffic on the other side streets, as well as even more traffic onto Olive. So that's the first issue. The second issue is the issue of permits for parking, because as residents, we've never had problems with parking down our street, but now because the line to get into the drive-through at Cane's is so long, people are parking on the streets. I've even seen people park in Talleyrand and walk in spite of all their signs and putting up a new fence and everything. They have no regard for following rules. And so I'm a little perturbed at having the thought of having to get a permit to park on my own street. And quite frankly, if the city does vote on this, I believe that Cane's should have to pay for each and every single one of our permits, because it's because of them that we need to get them in the first place. If they hadn't been there, we would not have this issue at all. And last of all, I think to solve the problem is just close down the drive-through. I mean, that may sound ridiculous, but it's not any more ridiculous than Cane's being allowed to piggyback on a drive-through permit that hadn't been used for over 2 decades. They should have had to file for a new permit and not be allowed to piggyback on the existing permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Stefan Castle, followed by Linda Casacas and Robin Hanna.
Hi, my name is Stefan Castle. I've been a resident in Burbank for 14 years. Currently live on Ontario Street, crossing with Verdugo. I'm talking about tonight, wanted to come and talk about the Second Amendment and the infringement factor about limiting gun shops and limiting guns as an accessible item that is a constitutional right. In 1791, the states ratified and adopted the Second Amendment to the Constitution of the United States of America, which is a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The inalienable right to self-defense does not come from man or man's laws. These rights pre-exist all government and are part of our nature as persons. The founders of this country understood the importance of arms in the hands of the common man as not only a hedge against invasion, but as a deterrent to tyranny and oppression from our own government. Civilian-owned firearms save countless more lives every year than they take. To those in Burbank who have a concern about gun and ammunition retailers, consider in Burbank last year there were 2 murders. One death for every 53,000 people. The city of Los Angeles had 392 gun deaths, a rate of one death per 10,000 people. Burbank is 500% safer than the city of Los Angeles. A hardened city preserves their safety, property, and happiness with certainty, given that criminals are cowards who seek out the unprotected as compared to those who are ready to defend themselves. Any action by the City Council of Burbank to infringe the rights of the citizens to keep and bear arms should be reconsidered. Consider what the country of Switzerland has as a normal way of life. By law, every man partakes in mandatory military service where they learn how to operate a gun. Afterwards, they pay to keep the gun issued for their training. While Switzerland has the highest number of guns per citizen in the world, last year, not a single death. 6.4 million armed people out of 8.7 million people in the country of Switzerland, not one death. Guns in the possession of law-abiding citizens makes Burbank one of the safest cities in Southern California. Let's continue the safe tradition of Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speakers are Linda Kosakis and Robin Hanna, followed by Linda Besson. Welcome.
Up here. Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, and City of Burbank residents. My name is Linda Kozakos. I'm the president of Burbank Tournament of Roses Association. I am joined tonight by our float co-designer, Robin Hanna, who would like to tell you about this wonderful design we are asking for your approval on tonight. Robin?
Good evening, Mayor.
Welcome.
And City Council and staff. The theme of the Pasadena Rose Parade this year is called Turning the Corner. We all experience different stages of our lives. We're children, and then we're in school, and then we're raising families or having careers. One of the later stages of our life is when we fall into our senior years. Our float is depicting all kinds of adventures that we can do as we fall into this retirement age group. We have a cast of characters that are going to be riding on the float this year. 12 people on the float and six people that are outside the float, accompanying our float as it goes down the parade route. All our cast members are members of Burbank Tournament of Roses Association, and to qualify, you need to be 55 years old or older. 55 or older. Our cast members range in ages from 56 to 85. So we have a wide range of people. There are 3 people in their 80s, 5 people in their 70s, 5 people in their 60s, and 7 in their 50s. So we are all excited. Our float shows different kinds of activities that we can all participate in as we adventure off, take our adventures off along Colorado Boulevard on January 2nd this year. Thank you.
And Robin, on behalf of Burbank Tournament of Roses Association, I am pleased to present to you this rendering as our gift of your submission of the winning design. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you for that. Next speaker is Linda Besson, followed by Janet Deal.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor Talamantes. Last month, you did the right thing. You viewed what was legal and what was right and what was appropriate for the circumstances, and you granted a moratorium on opening more gun stores in Burbank. During the last month, no one here in this room was denied the purchase of a gun. No one was denied anything that they could have bought before that moratorium started. And now you have the chance to do the right thing again, to do what's constitutional, what's legal, and what's moral. Because this is what the community wants. This is what is right, to look at the situation and take the time and have staff work on it and pull together facts and information and not rhetoric and disinformation and emotion in order to make the right decision for the community. So I'm here to urge you, please make the right decision again, extend the moratorium as staff recommends. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Janet Deal, followed by Drew Simmons.
Give me a second here. Okay, I've got my ears on, my mask off to speak. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, our city manager, staff, and our community. I'm Janet Deal, a 38-year resident of Burbank. Three things. One, the Rose Float. Remember that you can come help build and decorate. And you go to burbankrosefloat.com and find out what days are available to come and help and put your own time and effort and energy into the float. It's something that we have to all be proud of. Two, the Advisory Council on Disabilities. The email is BACOD, BACOD 16 @gmail.com. And we are available to help with all kinds of projects in the community. We just recently did a tour of tiny homes, and we will be presenting a report to the council for your consideration as you look at the possibility of putting in a project for our homeless. We work with parks for their facilities, airport, and with the school district. So that's something to know. Fourth Thursday of every month at 1:30 in the afternoon on Zoom. Come and join us. Number three is Burbank Coordinating Council. For 8,000 years, you've been hearing me beat my drum. The gala this year is going to be on my birthday, which is pretty cool, nice. November 5th. And it's going to be at Burbank Water and Power in the garden area. So it's going to be really exciting, lots of fun. We hope everybody will come out, support the event, because we will be raising money for our holiday basket program to serve as many families in this community as we possibly can. That's it for me. I'm under time, surprise.
Excellent.
Thank you all very, very much for listening tonight.
Thank you, Janet. Next speaker is Drew Simmons, followed by Candace Myers.
Mayor, City Council, I think I made a mistake. I'm supposed to be for public comment. Can I move my comment time to that?
This is public comment.
For item number 15.
Might be public hearing for
Yeah,
the
public hearing.
item 14 or 13?
15.
No, 15 is not a public hearing. So did you want to speak under the item or speak
Well, I
at
just
this?
wanted to go on record with the item 15 of the Keynes thing.
Yeah, you can absolutely do it now because it's not a public hearing, so it's not a public hearing
I'd
item.
like to do it after the presentation, though, if that's possible.
This is perfect time right here.
You can't,
Okay,
yeah.
here we go. Well, just going off this here, I see that we're going to put speed bumps on Reese and a closure on Orchard, but nothing on Sparks. And the plan is for the Rancho Providencia Neighborhood Protection Plan. And with Sparks being 85% of speeders over the speed limit at 34 miles an hour, why is nothing planned there? It looks to me like we should have safety over inconvenience. And on our street, just between the 100 to 200 block, between Olive and Oak, we have 12 kids, all under the age of 10. So if we can put priority on safety instead of convenience, that'd be
Great.
grateful. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And I
Next
have the same
speaker,
birthday,
next
November
speaker
5th.
is Candace Myers, followed by Tanny Bess. Welcome.
Hi. I'm here also to speak on item number...
Could you state your name before you...
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Candace Myers.
Thank you.
And I'm here to speak on item number 15 in regard to the Raising Cane's issues. I support, actually, the temporary road closure, the speed humps, the preferential parking district on Reese and Orchard. I support those things, and I just hope that we can have a temporary street closure also on Sparks, and because we don't have Raising Cane's on Sparks, but we do have Domino's and Starbucks, and they've been there for years, and they have presented very similar issues, if not more dangerous issues, than Raising Cane's has. So that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Tanny Bess, followed by Karen Ross.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tanny Bess, and I live on the 100-200 block of South Reese Place. The notice of intent was received with a plan to remedy the situation surrounding the residential streets of Raising Cane's. I ask that you reconsider this plan to include a partial K-rail on Reese Place, restricting access onto Reese from Olive Avenue, but still allowing an egress for Talleyrand patrons since their parking lot exits onto Reese. On our street are at least 20 to 30 children, grandchildren. Our Reese Place community enjoys evening walks, kids play in the front yard, surrounding street neighbors stop for visits. Currently, the cars circle and cut through Reese at high rates of speed, waiting for the Raising Cane's drive-thru to reopen, or pick up their car mate that has ran in to grab the order. By closing only Orchard, it will inevitably push the cut-through traffic onto Reese. And Reese residents will also have to deal with increased traffic from the Orchard residents that can't access their street anymore. A partial closure of access from Olive onto Reese is a logical solution, especially after seeing the data of 900 plus cars traveling in that southbound direction. I am aware the implementation of speed humps is to help reduce the high rates of speed, but what the speed humps don't do is it doesn't minimize the cut-through traffic onto a residential street. Speed humps don't minimize or prevent cars from utilizing our driveways to turn around in. As a parent of very active 9 and 7-year-olds, I fear for them playing in the front yard or taking the dog for a walk because of the increased unsafe traffic from Raising Cane's. This is not a sustainable quality of life for the neighborhood, especially at the expense of a fast food business. Please consider implementing a partial K-rail on Reese Place, limiting access and ensuring resident safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Karen Ross, followed by David Burkhart. Welcome.
Good evening to all of you. So I'm here 11 weeks after Raising Cane's opened. All of our lives have been a little turned upside down, to say the least. And we're learning things as we go each week. And I must say that through lengthy emails to all of you, to David Kriske, to Patrick Prescott, and communication we've had this last few days, I feel a little encouraged by things. And I am here tonight to say I really think we all need to kind of let the three things that are going to be implemented happen, which is the new queue for Raising Cane's, which is going to take a lot of cars off of Olive, the speed bumps, and also the permit parking. My suggestion, and I sympathize completely with all the residents on Orchard and on Reese. However, as a business owner, been there for 63 years, I want to say that I also want to protect my customers. And by putting any kind of a K-rail barrier up on Reese, we would oppose that because we have a lot of our clientele that's older. They want to turn right onto Reese to exit the property. During the day of business, we have countless deliveries, trash trucks, recycling trucks that go down Reese and offload their goods for us on a daily basis. So my recommendation to all of you, for what it's worth, is to let's let this new implementation take place within the next 3 weeks. Let it ride for 6 months, maybe revisit it in 90 days, but let it go for 6 months. See what kind of, hopefully, good movement and good changes take place during that time, and then we go from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is David Burkhart, followed by Scott Ramos. Welcome.
Hello, good evening. Nice to finally meet you in person.
Right.
Good evening. Many residents have been talking to you guys for about two years now about Raising Cane's. And we've, and it's a thing, I know that many of you thought things would get better, over time. You think that, oh, it's just going to die down. It hasn't, as you're hearing here, right? It's not. I know some of you, Nick Schultz, Sharon Springer, you both said it's unacceptable. You're right, it is. So thank you for that, your support. We, the residents, have voted you in these positions, not the businesses, okay? So by not taking action, you're showing that you're not pro-resident, okay? And we need you to take action immediately. You can see this by all these people coming here. I think the half barrier situation that people are talking about would still allow Karen's people at Talleyrand to get in and out. I think a solution couldn't be designed, and also keep our kids safe, right? So we sent you emails on what that proposed solution looks like, and we need you to take action. And furthermore, by just putting a barrier on Orchard will only make things much worse on Reese. And the people on Orchard know that as well too. So please take action and make things solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Scott Ramos. Scott Ramos, followed by David Emma.
Good evening, Mayor.
Welcome.
City Council. I don't even know why I'm here, actually. I'm at the point where I'm frustrated, I'm angry, and I'm a little disappointed, and I don't know where to go. I've been dealing with the Planning Division for a year now, trying to get an approval on the addition to my house, and I'm getting nowhere. Everybody's in a virtual meeting. I go to the office. They're only there for 3 hours in the morning. If they're so busy, I don't understand why there's nobody there. But the problem is I'm numerous emails. Nobody's getting back to me. Everybody tells me another person to email. I'm frustrated. I don't know where to go. I've lived here for 32 years. I started my house project in 1992. It's a 4-phase project. I'm on the 4th phase. I've got all my phases. When I got to the 4th phase, the city says, oh, you can no longer build that. You've overbuilt your house. If you build the ADU, you can do it. I have a problem with ADUs. They're saying that their hands are tied because of the California is allowing ADUs to be in everybody's backyard, 4 feet from the property line, but now they're telling me my house is, there's 2 houses on my block. We're all in the back. My house started from the back property line and went forward. So when I started my new house, I built from the front to meet my old house. Now I want to remodel my old house. They're telling me I can't, that I have to be 15 feet back from the property line. It's a new code. But if it's an ADU, they've been saying the ADU thing. I'm telling them I live in an R1 neighborhood. I bought an R1 neighborhood. I wanted to live with houses and neighbors. I didn't want to live with apartments. And that's the problem I'm having now. They're restricting me from building my house because they want me to build ADUs in my backyard. And I don't want to do that. They keep saying that. I don't want to do that. I shouldn't be forced to build ADUs in my backyard to have the same size property as everybody else does. And that's all I want to say. I don't know. I'd like some answers, actually. If somebody could actually explain to me, why do ADUs get to be that close to the property line, which is a structure, but my house can't be?
Yeah,
It's
we
already
don't respond. So, I mean, we'll respond after everybody's spoken.
Yeah.
Okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is David Emma, followed by Ayer Stefan.
Good evening. Thank you for
Welcome.
having me out. This is kind of new to me, this kind of stuff, but
We're friendly here.
it's about canes. I live on South Reese between Oak and Olive, and Obviously, you've heard some complaints, traffic, noise, litter, privacy issues. To me, it seems like a revenue issue for the city with little regard to the residents to even put Canes where it is. I'll even say whoever approved it, or the group of people who approved building of Canes, I'm wondering if it was in their backyard, if they would have approved it as well. I personally think speed bumps, permits, and block streets will not solve the problem. I think it's more of a Band-Aid. The clientele or the customers that people are drawn to, based on a restaurant of this sort, mostly kids, high school kids and so forth. So that brings in a certain element into an otherwise quiet neighborhood. And a lot of them come from, because there's not a lot of Canes around, a lot of them are not local. They're coming from other cities and so forth. And I feel bad for Talleyrand, especially that's, one of my favorite places, and I think their business has been affected adversely. Talleyrand attracts a lot of seniors, a lot of regulars. It's been there forever. I think people are shying away from attending that restaurant because of Canes. It's my feeling. I don't have a statistic on that. I personally believe that Canes should be moved to a more suitable location. It's a very crowded area. It's a lot of traffic on Olive as it is. Canes belongs in a wider open space with more ample parking, more of a commercial area. As taxpayers, I believe this has affected our quality of life. I've been in Burbank as a resident since '95 in my house. And I definitely see my quality of life as a taxpayer being affected by this restaurant being in that where it is. Safety. My personal experience is people literally blocking my driveway, parking and walking to the restaurant, trash in front of our streets, kids sitting literally on our parkways, eating and hanging out, even loud music, loud cars, speeding cars, almost belligerent and behavioral issues.
Sir, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us.
I'm sorry?
Thank you for coming up.
Okay.
Next speaker is Ara Stefan, followed by David Donahue.
Hello, my name is Air Steve, and I live on Orchard Drive, and I bet you know what I'm going to talk about. I've learned a lot here tonight, actually. I didn't really realize the problems people on Reese were having. I didn't really realize the problems people on the streets adjacent to us, because I live with like 6 houses down on Orchard, and you walk out your door now and you're angry. And your life has changed, and there's nothing you can do about it. I brought a video that I couldn't show tonight because I didn't meet the protocols of how I submitted it, and I'm going to submit that tomorrow and try to get it to the people and spend more extra time. I don't want to be thinking about this, because all the time we have to think about this just destroys our quality of life. And what is quiet enjoyment anyway? Does that mean anything anymore? Would you want it at your house? You guys approved this. You got to do something about it. Maybe the city has to buy it back and get rid of it and move it and sell it again. But for this to continue like this, I don't know. So I really don't know. I think the neighborhood should get together and find out what the other people on the other streets, because we don't even know. I don't really like closing the street off. I don't really like speed bumps. I think the dumbest thing you could do is spend thousands of dollars on a smooth street and then make a bump on it. And I don't think it's going to change anything. But I don't mind blocking the street off now that I've talked to everybody about that. If I have to drive the extra half mile, it's worth it not to have trash, people loitering in the cars, people swearing at you, people doing crap that you don't want to see every day, and it just makes you angry. And you don't want to live your life like that. I brought a video, and I'm going to get it to you. They say a picture's worth 1,000 words, and maybe this will be worth 100,000 words for you to actually experience what happened at 8:30 last Thursday night. You won't believe it. And we try to call people, we try to get people there. The cops don't, they do what they can. They get on their blue horn, they tell them to leave, and you know, what else can they do? You don't cite them with violations. This is Kane's problem. They don't have the people to deal with the people that come there. And it's on us, so please do something. I think right now the community needs, the streets need to get together, and we need to know, if you do something, I don't think it should be for 6 months. I think it should be for 2 months maximum, and then we reevaluate it right away. We don't need this to go on. It doesn't take 6 months to figure out what's going to go on. Anyway, that's all I got to say. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Donahue, followed by Maria Pettit.
Thank you very
Welcome.
much, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, and Council Members Springer and Schultz. First, I would like to kind of commend both Council Members Springer and Schultz for being very approachable and easy to talk to over COVID. This is the first time being at the dais since we've been able to be in person, so I really have appreciated how accessible our city council is. And I know that Talamantes and Vice Mayor Anthony, you also are very approachable and make yourselves available. My topic is somewhat benign because I saw on the agenda that the Burbank Water and Power is going to be here, and my wife and I are building an ADU for my father-in-law. And when we submitted our permits, we were not aware of the turf replacement program. And I understand that Burbank Water and Power is a strong advocate of turf replacement. My wife and I are going to be getting rid of it, but the one thing that I would maybe ask of planning is a higher degree of coordination between the two departments so that if you do put in an application for a building permit for an accessory dwelling unit, and they're all over Burbank, or any sort of construction, that the opportunity be presented to that homeowner, because it is a significant, with my calculations, we could get anywhere between $4,000 to $5,000 if there's money left over with the turf replacement, and I think that would be really exciting. So just coordination between the departments saying, hey, you're doing a permit, why don't you think about turf replacement? Here's some more information, because there are restrictions that say you have to submit and do this before you start removing all of the grass. And so guess what? I've removed most of my grass, but that's okay. That's something we'll deal with. The follow-up to a lot of people here is, and something that you've heard me, maybe you recognize my name because I've called in quite a bit, about the metros taking away 2 full lanes of traffic between Buena Vista and First. If Raising Cane's is a problem now, just wait until 2 lanes of traffic are removed on Olive Avenue. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you. I appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you. Next speaker is Maria Pettit, followed by James Rathbun. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. My name is Maria Pettit. I'm from 122 South Reese Place. This is my second time, so I'm nervous. Anyway, first of all, you guys, I've been in Reese Place for 25 years. I put up with Talleyrand for 25 years, but I don't have no problems. Never complain about that restaurant. But when you guys allowed to open that chicken place, it's crazy. So I'm sorry, but it's just getting worse and worse and worse. Last week they had a broken bottles. I know they don't have bottles served, but those young kids bring their own beer and anything. They park in the street, I don't mind, but they block my driveway. And then they eat there and trash my place. I'm just right the second house from Talleyrand, so I put up with everything. So if you guys, maybe you can move Raising Cane's to Kmart or to the, or used to be IKEA, that's a big building, you moved it there because we don't have no more privacy. I'm 74 years old, I'm old, I'm depressed because of the noise there. So I don't want to get shot because I tell the kids to move their car because they're blocking my driveway. And I don't want to put up with that stuff anymore because it's crazy. And the kids will tell you a lot of bad words that you don't want to hear. So please, Mayor, let them move out there because it's really, really getting crazy. And it's a nice neighborhood. And we, Burbank, we're supposed to help each other. We're a small community. We're supposed to help each other, not just by getting revenues from canes and all that stuff. Let them move out, please. Let them go to Kmart. There's a big place there. So I'm sorry, but I don't like to complain, but I just want to help our community because Burbank is a beautiful. I've been here 48 years. It'll be 49 years next month. So please understand my situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming. You did fine.
Good evening.
Next speaker is James Rathbun, followed by Maria Amador. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Good evening. My name is James Rathbun. I live on Reese. And obviously I'm here about the parking and everything else that's going on our street. Now, Raising Cane's made lots of promises when they moved in to pick up the trash, to be good neighbors, and all the other stuff they promised. They don't pick up the trash anymore. We have trash on our street on a daily basis that sits there. They're not doing what they said they were going to do. The city had, if you look at their city plan, their 2030 plan, where they said, oh, we're going to do all this stuff to make life better in Burbank. We're going to make it green and clean and everything else. This restaurant violates everything in that report that you guys paid for. I don't know what you paid for it, but it's worth toilet paper. And the parking permits that you're now going to put in on us, we have to jump through hoops to prove that we live on our street to get these permits. 25% of the parking on our street is now going to be allocated to businesses. Do they have to jump through hoops to prove, or are they just going to pay you guys their $15 and get a permit and hand them out to whoever? Why do we have to bear the brunt of this? Why isn't Raising Cane's or the city paying for this parking? And the other thing is visitor passes. How easy is it going to be for us to get a visitor pass? If somebody wants to visit you, do we have to plan ahead? Get a visitor pass? How easy is that going to be? And then why wasn't any of this stuff put on the flyers that they sent out to us when they were asking our opinion on putting these parking permits in? It's like, do you want resident-only parking? Yes. Well, turns out there's a little bit of fine print in there that you guys didn't tell us. The other thing is the police. The police do nothing. You can call the police all day long and they won't come out. If they do come out, it's 45 minutes to an hour after you call. So it's useless to call the people. They do nothing. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Maria Amador, followed by Ramiro Aguilar.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Amador. I've lived in Burbank for 30 plus years. I live on the 200 South block of Reese, and today's issues were significant enough for me to leave my family and come over here and talk about them because they are impacting our lives as well. I come home from a busy day working at the hospital. I can't park my car. Somebody's blocking my driveway. A lot of times. It's trash day. I can't put out my trash cans because there's two people waiting for that parking spot. So that's another super inconvenience. I have to stay up late till one of them moves out. And another thing too is I believe that Reese should be blocked as well. Why only Orchard? Reese is obviously the next street over. It should as well be blocked. Another thing too is I believe we shouldn't be paying for the parking permits, like the gentleman earlier said. It's not up to us. Those $25 can go to my kid. They can be used other ways wisely. We shouldn't have to be paying for that. They should pay for that. And as well, with the other women that commented earlier, why are they there? That space is obviously not big enough for their clientele. They should be moved somewhere else. I believe there's far more better resolutions to this problem other than just pay your fee and have your street shut down. Like, there's got to be better answers out there. And I believe that Burbank residents, taxpayers, law-abiding citizens should have a right to speak on that. It shouldn't be a business over residents. That's all. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ramiro Aguilar, followed by Ken Hilton, and Mr. Hilton will be the last speaker right now.
Hello, my name is Ramiro Aguilar. I'm here to talk regarding Kane's situation. Like everyone else has said over here, Orchard, Reese, Parish Place, Sparks, all those streets, they're not safe no more. You guys are heading in the right direction rather than going back and looking back why was this whole Kane's restaurant approved during the COVID pandemic and how did they bamboozle their way in? Let's move forward. You guys are heading the right direction to close off Orchard. For all the neighbors that live on Orchard, I know they're going through hell, excuse my language. Same thing with us. I can't even walk my daughter, my pets no more because you got cars going at 60, 50 miles per hour. Parking situation, there's no parking. Trash, you know what, might as well just work for the city because I'm already picking up all the trash. That's okay, you know what, but the main issue is this. Public safety, it's not safe for our children. God forbid one of these days they get run over, and I don't want to be over here saying I told you so, but it's going to happen. On Olive Avenue and Orchard, it's just chaos. Yeah, they have security right there. The security, they do a very good job just sitting down and let the vehicles just run amok. Burbank Police Department, they do a great job. However, you know what? They have other priorities. They're not going to prioritize, say, a robbery or a burglary or something high importance rather than, go monitor traffic over there. They have other priorities. So let's make this right. Block off Orchard, block off Reese. You have a east-west alley on Reese. You can divert traffic on the east-west alley. On Sparks, you have a street light. So that's controlled with the street light, and then on Parish Place, you have another street light. That's going to be controlled with the street light. So let's do it right. Let's put speed bumps on those 4 streets: Parish Place, Orchard, Reese, and Sparks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ken Hilton, and that'll be the last speaker, unless you hand in a yellow card to the city clerk.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I want to first give a special thanks to Councilmember Springer for actually coming out and, assessing really what's going on, with Raising Cane's and what's going on in Reese and Orchard. I mean, it's one thing for us all to be here talking about it, but it's another thing, don't mind me taking this off here, it's another thing to actually, put boots on the ground and actually, see for yourself what's going on. So I want to say thank you for that. I'm here really to support my family, support my neighbors, support the businesses that are in our community, and even support our pets. As Maria mentioned earlier, there's broken glass on the sidewalks, and you got to literally, walk your pets into the street just to avoid broken glass. So, obviously, this has really become a big problem. And so what I want to say is, a mentor told me, when you have a problem, don't just come here with the problems, but actually, come with solutions. And I feel that, and this is a beautiful thing, the community being here. and coming not with just the problems, but also the solutions to the problems. So, solutions have been permit parking, speed bumps, barriers, and even up to, relocating canes. I mean, I know that's probably an expensive one, but if we have to do it, let's take responsibility for maybe what was not the best decision to make. I mean, again, you're talking about a neighborhood that has homes that are $1.5 million to over $2 million, and we put a fast food fried chicken joint in there. So that probably wasn't the best thing to do, but, let's fix the problem. We have the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have completed in-person public comment. For callers, please remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer and take your phone off speaker when you deliver public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have any callers online for public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do, and we're ready to go.
Please.
The first caller is Jim Martinez.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for letting me have time to express myself. I've lived in the area for 10 years. I live on Orchard Street. And I asked everybody there present to put themselves in my shoes and feel what I'm experiencing. First of all, I have people smoking marijuana in front of my house, in front of Raising Cane's, throwing trash, parking and blocking the driveway. I have spoken to the traffic control. People are quitting, not wanting to work there. One worker was spit on, and they fired him. I have witnessed a female traffic control worker telling a person that they need to go around, and the person was just about driving into her, cussing her out. She later spoke to the manager, and I had to get involved and say, you need to support your workers instead of the customers. 2 Mondays ago, the line went all the way to Buena Vista, and each block takes about 15 cars. So there was 45 cars waiting to get into Raising Cane. I know in the very beginning they had 3 traffic controls, but now they have 2, and then when one goes on a break, one person cannot handle it. The security or the traffic control tell me that the people will not listen. They tell them to please go around or park, and they just stay there acting dumb, and then when the space goes, they go forward. This delays everything. So when I say the line had 45 cars, that is worse than downtown Burbank. And I happen to live on this street, which is probably the most congested street in all of Burbank. All right? Another thing that I would like to know is on Orchard, south of Oak, they have speed bumps because they're speeding through the neighborhood to get to Olive. But the next block north, which is where I live, there's no speed bumps. So I don't know why the other street got them, because in my street there's no speed bumps, and then they just keep going, driving 50 to 60 miles per hour. So that's another thing that I would like to address. So I would just like to
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you for calling. Next speaker.
The next caller is Ryan Chaddick.
Welcome.
Good evening, council, staff, beloveds. My name is Ryan Chaddick. My pronouns are he, him, plus. I'm a pastor of a church in Burbank. I love Burbank. I love your quirky intro videos that some year look like TGIF show and other years look like a courtroom procedural or drama. Burbank is weird. and I love being a spiritual leader here. I'm actually inspired, and I love how angry people are at this chicken restaurant. I do wish people were angry at the other chicken restaurant, too, but I digress somewhat. As someone with a vested interest in the safety and well-being of people in my parish and community, I strongly advocate extending the gun store moratorium. I love that Burbank is weird. I don't love that one of our unique qualities is that we have 14 gun shops in such a small community. We have the second most gun shops per resident in the country, second only to a place in Florida. Florida, the place that actually spawned the hell that is Raising Cane's. We actually have more gun shops than Starbucks. And I'm not advocating for another Starbucks. Yelp tells me that we already have 10. But do we really want to be a community of nothing but Starbucks and gun shops and freaking Raising Cane's? I want to encourage city staff to address creating a new firearms retail use process, establishing a cap on the number of firearms retailers, and creating safer and specific zones where any firearm retailer may work, and to study the feasibility of enacting an ordinance based off of the Giffords Law Center model. I also encourage our city staff to look into not just what gun violence rates are in Burbank, but how Burbank purchased weapons affect our neighboring communities. Are we a good neighbor to Glendale, LA, and Pasadena? Do they consider us to be a good neighbor? It gravely concerns me that a firearm shop which has already sold weapons to individuals who have committed mass shootings, like the Isla Vista shooting, are essentially only 1,000 feet away from my church building, a space that also has nonprofit educational centers, a school where recovery groups meet. In a time in which schools and faith communities are frequent targets, we need to pursue all avenues to ensure that kids can learn and people can worship free from anxiety or worry about violence. I have heard in previous council sessions that many of us are speaking from a place of emotions. The scientific community tells us that emotions and feelings are actually just sources of information. Anger or fear or worry are not bad or limiting. These feelings are informing our minds and our bodies that we sense something is wrong. This process has kept humanity alive for a long time, and I don't want us to demean our nervous systems. Thank God for our nervous system, and thank God for feelings. Scripture tells me and my faith community that we can trust in weapons or we can trust in God. I choose to trust in God and to ask community and civic leaders to live into their pledge of creating a Burbank with liberty and justice for all. I trust in God and ask you to extend this moratorium and to continue to press and study measures and ordinances to enact and make Burbank safer.
Thank you,
Keep
sir.
Burbank weird.
Your time is up. Thank you very much for calling in. Next speaker.
The next caller is Armine Sarksian.
Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Armina Sarksian. I'm an outreach analyst with the California Department of Insurance, and I'm here tonight to briefly discuss with you a new framework that the Department of Insurance has worked on that will directly assist your residents, Burbank residents that reside in the very high fire severity zone. So the Department of Insurance earlier in the year announced this new framework along with other state emergency readiness and response agencies. It's a list of achievable and effective measures for homes and businesses, and the ultimate goal is protecting consumers by reducing their wildfire risk score in the community and making insurance available and affordable. So this Safer from Wildfires framework begins with protecting the individual structure. This means giving homeowners specific actions, steps, to ensure your roof, walls, vents, windows are all upgraded to be safer from wildfires. Second, it's protecting your immediate surroundings, such as your backyard, your deck, or outer building. And finally, it involves the entire community in fire protection. That includes programs like Firewise, which brings neighbors together to protect their homes. You can see the list of the specific actions you can take on our website. That's insurance.ca.gov. The full framework is available there. So by making homes and businesses safer, we can bring the risk down and the cost down too. These actions will essentially be turned into new regulations that will focus on safety and transparency. In terms of pricing, the department will now require insurance companies to incorporate the Safer from Wildfires framework into their pricing. Secondly, transparency. So consumers will receive their property's wildfire risk score and the reasons for it. The department will have direct oversight over this. And lastly, we'll give you the right to appeal. So consumers will be able to appeal their risk determination when they've actually done the work to harden their homes. We look forward to having these regulations implemented by January 2023. And we're giving residents, Burbank residents, prior notice so that if you haven't hardened your homes, this is the time to do so. And if you have additional questions or any insurance-related concerns, don't hesitate to call us at 800-927-4357 or visit our website, insurance.ca.gov. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next caller is Michelle Webster.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Talamontes, Vice Mayor Anthony, Council Members Schultz and Springer. Hello, this is Michelle Webster, lifelong Burbank resident, now raising my 2 children here. I don't think my childhood self would have predicted that, but here we are. I wish I could be there to see you in person again tonight. I am sick this week, so I'm unfortunately stuck at home. First, I wanted to thank you for the time you dedicate here every week for our city. I know it's your responsibility, but I also know it's usually a long and late night, and that you do this job with care. I appreciate the focus you give to the community, and when I come to share my concerns with council, I always feel heard. So thank you. Second, I wanted to praise the new proclamation for the Women's Equality Day established today and set for August 26th. I was excited to hear that while I've been waiting in line. Our country and communities do indeed have a long way to go toward true equality, and actions like this help move us all towards this shared goal. Lastly, and the reason for my call, is that I am requesting that you extend the moratorium on gun stores in Burbank. I know there is much more for the city to learn in order to proceed on this issue with knowledge and careful attention. I believe we also still have much to learn from our neighbor cities who do have lawful policies of regulation in place. Let's give our staff the proper time they need and have requested for them to research this issue properly and guide our city to workable solutions. I applaud your previous vote for the initial moratorium on new gun stores in Burbank, and I urge you to extend that moratorium for an additional 10 months and 15 days for a total of a year, so that our city can take measured and meaningful action for the safety and betterment of our kids and all who live in Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next caller is Kristen Anderson.
Welcome.
Good evening, all. My name is Kristen Anderson, and I live on the 200 block of South Reese. Thank you for taking our concerns about Raising Cane's seriously and getting this resolution together to help decrease the impact of Raising Cane's on our neighborhood. We appreciate the work that has gone into it, but we have ongoing concerns that we'd like to share. Permit-only parking is a good start, but will not stop the dozens of cars every day that loiter on the street, idling with their engines on while they eat, and who all too often dispose of their trash into our streets, sidewalks, and lawns. In one memorable episode, teens were pouring tequila into their Cane's cups in front of my house at 3:30 in the afternoon. Regarding speed bumps, while we appreciate that the city is taking the risks of speeding seriously, speed bumps are a nuisance to residents and potentially damaging to our vehicles with daily travel to and from our homes. I know my neighbors join me in my strong preference for a street that is simply less heavily trafficked and would not require speed bumps. Regarding the temporary closure of Orchard, while this is hopefully helpful to the residents of Orchard, this proposal will only increase traffic on Reese and the surrounding streets. Furthermore, the solutions proposed in this resolution will not affect the dangerous traffic conditions that have been created on Olive Avenue. Not only do cars exit out of the Raising Cane's lot into moving traffic with no visibility, but the constant loitering cars in the red zone in front of Talleyrand make it dangerous even to turn right onto Olive from Reese by dramatically reducing visibility. Additionally, though it appears Raising Cane's has tried different systems over the last several weeks, cars are always lined up on Olive to try to enter through the drive-thru, blocking traffic in the right lane, especially at critical times of the day. One last concern that is not addressed by the proposed resolution is the odor pollution of chicken and grease many mornings, starting before they open at 10 and continuing throughout the day, sometimes even reaching as far as Buena Vista. This indicates that there is particulate being distributed into the air in our neighborhood, and I'm sure there are filtration systems that Raising Cane's could and should implement. As these issues are a direct result of Raising Cane's presence, it is important that Raising Cane's be financially responsible for the solutions. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next caller is Tom Talley.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Council. My name is Tom Talley, and our family has lived in our starter house on South Orchard Drive for 33 years, and we love it, and the quality of life that we have had, but recently has taken a turn for the worse. You know what I'm going to talk about now, don't you? Here we are, just as predicted almost 18 months ago by the Save the Rancho Providencia neighborhood group. The city is scrambling to fix a greedy mistake they made at our neighborhood's expense, resulting in trash everywhere and traffic that has become downright unsafe and dangerous. Nearby residents are unable to park in front of or sometimes even near their own homes. Also, the extremely treacherous left or right turn off of Orchard onto Olive. And forget about having any guests come to your house or having a small party or even a large party because of a lack of parking. Any promises Raising Cane's made to our city leaders and nearby residents about being good and concerned neighbors is an absolute joke. Once the police presence was gone, they became unapproachable and rude. And once again, all of this was predictable by all of those with knowledge of the Raising Cane's project. It boils down to the city and departments under the community development section of our Burbank government saw the potential for tax revenue instead of the potential for mass community disruption. Now it's time to put Band-Aids on the problem and hope that it goes away. City dollars are needed to be spent on making South Orchard Drive a cul-de-sac, speed humps on Parish, Orchard, and Reese, and parking permits. And all this will do is move the problem down a block or two to the east and the west. Not to mention Raising Cane's restaurant has all but destroyed the potential for nearby small businesses to thrive. Even larger established businesses like McDonald's, CVS, and especially Talleyrand, a longtime staple of Burbank, have experienced a huge negative effect by the new Raising Cane's restaurant. And it all could have been avoided if only the public was asked for input or at least notified in advance. And this nuisance will only grow tenfold if the Metro bus project down Olive is allowed to happen. This is a very dark period in the Rancho Providencia history, and I only hope that our city leaders have learned something from this terrible and almost irreparable mistake. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
The next caller is Anneli Williams.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name is Anneli Williams, and I am here to briefly speak on item number 15 regarding Raising Cane's. I am on South Orchard Drive, where our community has been negatively impacted by the location of Raising Cane's. And I echo many of the same issues my neighbors have expressed: increased traffic, littering, double parking, idle vehicles, and many safety concerns, including severely reduced visibility from the drive-through line, which is dangerous, especially given the increased number of pedestrians running across Olive to access Raising Cane's. Even though South Orchard Drive is not currently closed, and as badly as I feel about doing this to my neighbors, many of us already completely avoid the Olive and Orchard intersection because of the stress and issues associated with that area. With all of this in mind, I'm simply here to express support for the recommendations before the City Council tonight, and I appreciate the time and energy staff has put into developing these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next caller is Paulette Emerson.
Welcome.
Hi. Thank you, Burbank City Council, for taking my call. I wanted to call to talk about two things. First thing being item 15, which is the Raising Cane's. I'm sure you've heard. I live on Parish Place, and we moved here about a year ago. And I just wanted to call and comment. My comment is probably not the most popular comment, but I moved here about a year ago, and I'm a millennial and probably, really, really young homeowner. And my concern is I'm torn because I completely have sympathy and I really empathize with my neighbors about, what's happening to Talleyrand and the trash and everything that they're experiencing. And we've had our share as well of, ruckus from people going to the establishment. But I also don't want to make our neighborhood not friendly to businesses. And I would personally, as a millennial, I love being able to walk to restaurants. I love being able to walk to places. In fact, I really love what Toluca Lake has done for their city. I mean, they have a lot of great businesses that are vying to establish businesses in Toluca Lake. And I totally understand, and I hear what people are saying about perhaps we move Raising Cane's. But my concern is, if not Raising Cane's, what else is going to take the place? Hopefully not another gun store, but looking at the businesses around, they're not, it's a McDonald's, it's a CVS. It's really not something that I would necessarily say that myself as a young generation really are thrilled to walk to. And all the other businesses seem really either closed down or just, I have to get into my car to go to Magnolia, where again, another street that's full of really great businesses. So I'm torn. One part of me is we should really be hard pressed on removing Raising Cane's, but the other part of me is I also want to, and I also agree with the support the lady that spoke earlier about perhaps we see how things go. And perhaps, one thing we could do is put more trash cans. I know there's been talk about a lot of littering, and I don't know if that's going to help, but perhaps that would be something that we could start doing, and perhaps looking into what the Toluca Lake model and the Magnolia Street model is for their residential areas. The other thing I wanted to say is I applaud you guys for the moratorium, and I'd really like to extend it, as my children will be going to school soon in the Burbank School District, and luckily they won't be going to Roosevelt, but my heart goes out to the parents and students that have to go to Roosevelt, and they have to walk by a gun store, and they have to hear about school shootings happening, and they have to realize that even though school shootings have become a norm in the United States, there is one right in their backyard. And although we sit there and say that we care about their safety and we want to do something about it, we have absolutely no issues putting up gun stores.
Thank you very much for calling.
That's my comment.
Your time is up. Thank you for calling. Next speaker.
Excited.
The next caller is Tim Murphy.
Welcome.
Hey, good evening, Council. I want to thank you all for your time. Want to take a brief moment to thank Jeff Salamantes, Mayor, for all of your many years. Thanks also to Councilman Frutos, who is in a better place right now, and thanks also to Councilwoman Springer for her constant looking into and supporting our neighborhood over this mediocre chicken restaurant. I'm concerned because a lot of people seem to be yelling at the council. It's really not the council's issue. This is bad planning from the get-go. This is community development at its worst. This restaurant doesn't belong where it is. I can't think of many places where it does belong. In a number of cities, it's been found to be a public nuisance, and they've been removed from the city. The traffic is nuts. How can the planning department put something there knowing that the Metro wants to put a high bus occupancy lane right in the same spot, running right by there? How can the planning department, in any kind of good conscience, who wants to change the Verdugo Olive intersection. They want to take Verdugo and shove it into Olive. They want to cul-de-sac Sparks to allegedly fix that intersection and add that to this horrible location for this mediocre chicken restaurant. I don't get it. We asked for a CUP. The residents did a lot of research. They told the city what was going to happen. They told them about the cars, the traffic, the trash, and they were ignored. They didn't get the CUP. They were concerned about an outdoor speaker. In my opinion, the city ignored its own rules and let that get through. I don't know if it was incompetence or stupidity, but either way, it wasn't right. And they clearly violated the 50% tear-down rule. So if this is the future, we might as well take the planning department and call it the bad planning department. Maybe break up community development because somebody's dropping the ball. I mean, look at the dumpster fires. Rancho with the SB 35 issue, the cultural market that they screwed up, and now they've given us a mediocre chicken restaurant. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it. It's not your fault, but somebody's got to look into those folks and tell them to do their job. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Next speaker.
The next caller is Gloria Salas.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. I'm calling solely to report 2 incidents that happened recently, one of which I've already relayed to one of our City Council members. But a few weeks ago, about 7:40 in the evening or so, I was walking my 2 little dogs around the corner, starting at Orchard, right on Oak, then up Reese, and turning the corner at Olive in front of Talleyrand, going towards Raising Cane so I could go back down Orchard back to my home. And as I approached the driveway of Raising Cane, I noticed a security guard was speaking on her cell phone and not paying attention. I also noticed a line of cars that were waiting to drive into Raising Cane's driveway. So I wanted her to pay attention and see that I was coming, and I just raised my voice and started saying, "Coming through, coming through." There was a truck waiting. He was the first in line, and he was waiting to get into the drive-through. There was no place he was going to go except to be the last one into the drive-through before I crossed. But instead of waiting for me, he felt the need to cross in front of me, and as he did so, I had to yank my dogs back so that they wouldn't get hit by him. And I just started yelling because the security guard was just on her phone, not even paying attention. And I just started shouting louder and louder, "Coming through, coming through," so the drivers that were still waiting in line wouldn't dare run me over. And the guy in the truck didn't even bother to roll down a window or acknowledge that he had done something. And it was just so bizarre because here I'm just walking the dogs, and you would think that they could see, because there are lights there, that they could see a pedestrian with dogs coming. But for some reason, this person just had to get in line, probably afraid that I was going to go in and stand there myself and make an order. But the second incident, which is more alarming to me, was that I was coming home on Olive intending to make a left onto Orchard. It's around 8:45 p.m. or so, and with all the lights of the waiting cars trying to get into Raising Cane, including the lights of the regular oncoming traffic, I didn't see a pedestrian who was jaywalking. Actually, he was jay-running across the street with a Raising Cane bag in his hands, and he was trying to make it over to the parking lot over on where the CVS is. So needless to say, my heart was pounding because I slammed on my brakes. I didn't see him. I did not see him with all the lights, and he was just jaywalking. There was no security guard there trying to stop traffic or anything. So I don't know what the solution is in trying to stop people from jaywalking, because I know you've had sting operations in the past, but I just wanted to let you know that that could be a little dangerous, not only for the driver but for pedestrians. So thank you for your time.
Any more speakers, Madam City Clerk?
Let me quickly check. I don't see anyone, but I want to make sure nobody's on the line. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, that concludes the callers.
Great.
There's no more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there being no further public comment, I now declare the general public comment period closed. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, City Manager, and/or the City Attorney. Colleagues, any response? Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to thank everyone who called in and came tonight. Most of you are making your comments to specific agenda items, so I'll try to address your comments when we get to those items. Mr. Ramos, who I believe has since left, had concerns about the approval on the addition to his home, so I'm hoping that we have some contact information, and I'd like to be part of any follow-up that's done, Mr. City Manager.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we did have Mr. Prescott reach out to Mr. Ramos, so we'll be following up on that. So yeah, so
Great.
he's already been helped.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. The last comment I had, Mr. Mayor, is I just wanted to respond to Ms. Keyser, not with regards to her comment about agenda item 15, but I wanted to thank her for coming tonight. You know, public comment is one of the most sacred parts of our meeting, and it's one of the parts that I really enjoy the most. Yes, a majority of the council recently have voted to eliminate the public comment after reports because they weren't being utilized. And because it's no longer on the agenda, because I'm explaining a prior action, what I would like to say is that I understand that there are pressures that, for example, maybe it's a generational difference, working parents face. I have a daughter at home and another kid on the way, and if I were sitting in the audience tonight, I can't stay until 10 or 10:30 until my agenda item is called. I bring this up to say that I voted the way that I did because, as I outlined in an article to the Leader about a week and a half ago, I think there's a better way, a more equitable way, which actually would lead to more speaking time. I won't speak to the merits of that, but I bring it up to just say one thing, and that is that I respect Councilmember Springer, I respect all of my colleagues. I know we all care about public comment, and I think it's perfectly okay for there to be reasonable differences of opinion and approach. I look forward to having that conversation in the near future, and I hope to hear from all of you about what you'd like to see in terms of structuring public comment, because that too should be done in a public forum. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes, thank you all for coming. Thank you, Linda and Robin, for the Rose Bowl presentation, and thank you, all of you, for being here. And thank you for taking care of Mr. Ramos. And the other comments will be addressed at agenda item 15. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for coming. A lot of good comments today, and we have some agenda items later that we're going to discuss them. My only question is the picture of the float. Those aren't going to be actual people, right? On the float, those are mock-ups of. You're going to have human beings on the float this time? Okay, cool. All right, sounds fun. I love it.
Okay, I too would like to thank everybody that joined us tonight and shared your views. Obviously, as you've heard people speak, we don't all agree on what's being proposed, but we'll have a discussion later on. Have the staff give their reports as we move forward. I too would like to mention the fact that over my years on council, I've lost a few votes. I mean, I don't write to the editorial page and just air the dirty laundry that I didn't agree with what was done. You know, I mean, it's just, it was really nonsensical to me. Freedom of speech, yes, we do have freedom of speech. Anybody can do anything they want within the limits of the law. That's true, and I agree with that. But nonetheless, you've heard what I've said, and thank you very much. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I'm actually not piggybacking off your comment, and I know Councilmember Springer wants to speak. The most important thing I meant to say in response to Ms. Keyser is that, Mr. City Manager, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but if you're sitting in the audience tonight and you want to see a paper printout of what staff will be presenting to council. I believe it's available right over near the entrance. That's our standard custom and practice. You can go right over there and grab it. And of course, all of the staff reports, which the presentations are summaries of, are posted to the city website the week prior. So I hope between the staff report or the presentation right over there, if you have an interest, for example, in agenda item 14 or 15, that you can pick it up and review it, and hopefully that informs your public comment. Thank
And
you,
that's
Mr. Mayor.
standard procedure for every council meeting. There's copies out there for you to take with you to look at while you're listening to the council or the public comment. Any other comments? Councilmember Springer?
Thank you. I'd like you to know that my letter to the leader was an exercise of free speech, freedom of expression. And I'm always happy to be an American and to express that. Thank you.
Yes, and well said. Thank you very much. Moving forward,
Mr. Mayor?
yes. Oh,
If
you
I
have a
could.
response. Yes, please.
Sorry. Yes, it wasn't on the agenda this evening, but yesterday we had a closed session, so I wanted to report out for yesterday's meeting. The public was not here after that meeting ended. So just for the council, for the public's benefit, council met yesterday afternoon on 3 items for closed session discussion, all relating to the Pickwick matter. The 3 matters were all pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1 in regard to the Pickwick Investment versus City of Burbank case, the California Department of Housing and Community Development administrative proceeding, and the Yimby Law versus City of Burbank case. Council took no reportable action.
Thank you, sir. Mr. City Manager, any response to any of the comments?
Since you asked, I will say I forget the gentleman's name, but I do appreciate the turf replacement suggestion, and we'll certainly take that under advisement.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's move on the agenda here. The consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Consent calendar, item number 1 is Housing Authority minutes. Approve the minutes for June 21st. Adopt item number 2, adoption of resolution continuing appropriation from fiscal year 21-22 to fiscal year 22-23. Item number 3, approval of memorandum of understanding between the Burbank Unified School District and the City of Burbank for the corporation of use of the pool. Item number 4, adoption of a resolution designating Juneteenth National Independence Day as a holiday for city employees. Item number 5, adoption of resolution authorizing acceptance of the 2022 California Fire Foundation grant for the amount of $14,650 and amending fiscal year 2022-23 budget by appropriating the funds. And item number 6 is adoption of resolution to authorize Burbank Water and Power to submit a grant application to the California Department of Water Resources Integrated Regional Water Management Grant Program to execute the grant agreement of the program and adoption of the 2017 updated Greater Los Angeles County Region Integrated Water Management Plan. That was a mouthful, that title.
I'm glad it was you.
Item number 7, approval to reestablish power disconnection for small commercial customers effective September 1, 2022. Item number 8, adoption of resolution approving of the establishment of the salaries and conflict of interest code designation for classification of construction inspection 2 and senior construction inspection, and adoption of a resolution approving the citywide salary schedule. And item number 9, approval of City of Burbank Tournament of Roses 2023 float rendering. Item 10, approval of contract with PowerX for purchase of renewable energy. And item number 11, approval of Amendment 1 for the reimbursement agreement with Chrysler Construction Company, Inc., to construct pedestrian safety improvement at the Buena Vista Street, Riverside Drive intersection as part of transportation mitigation measure for the Burbank Studio Master Plan, Warner Brothers. And item 12, approval of support position of resolution relating to amendments to Call Cities bylaws at the 2022 annual conference. And that concludes all our items. Yes, it was a long consent
You
calendar.
did a great job, Madam City Clerk. So, motion to approve the consent,
I'll move.
move. Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Mayor. I did have just a question on one item.
Yes, go ahead.
Just for the benefit of the public, Ms. McClinton, if you're here, I was wondering if you could just give a brief description of item 4 for the benefit of the public.
Welcome.
Very pleased tonight to be able to recommend that the City Council adopt a resolution establishing Juneteenth National Independence Day as a City of Burbank observed holiday. So Juneteenth marks the day on June 19th, 1865, when the news that the Civil War had ended and the enslaved were free reached Galveston, Texas, 2.5 years after President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. Juneteenth is a combination of the words June and 19th and has become a time to remember the cost of slavery and to acknowledge and appreciate the extraordinary contributions African Americans have made to our society and our community. The United States government recognized Juneteenth as a federal holiday for the first time in June 2021, and agencies in Southern California have followed suit, including the City of Los Angeles. The proposed resolution before you tonight designates Juneteenth as a holiday for city employees, thereby providing for the closure of city facilities for the day. The resolution also requests the council appropriate $116,500 to cover general fund costs associated with the addition of the new city holiday. The majority of the costs would go towards maintaining police and fire services for the holiday. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions, and I recommend that the City Council adopt the proposed resolution establishing Juneteenth National Independence Day as a City of Burbank observed holiday.
Thank you. Okay, so there's a motion and a second for these items. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony?
No on 7, yes on all the rest.
Thank you. And Mayor Talamantes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. This is a time and place for the public hearing of the review of Burbank Water and Power's Public Health Goals Report for calendar years 2019, 2020, and 2021. Before we begin, are there any disclosures relating to this hearing? Okay, seeing none. Madam City Clerk, have the notices required by law been given?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, they have.
Thank you. Do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, emails, and other documents?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. Has the city received any written communications on this matter, and have they been provided to all city council members?
Actually, on this matter, we did not receive any written communications or any type of communications at all. Thank you.
All right. Will the representative of Burbank Water and Power's Water Division please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us? Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Javier Martinez, Manager of Production Operations in the Burbank Water and Power Water Section. I'm here this evening to present a summary of the Public Health Goal Report for years 2019, 2020, and 2021. The purpose of the Public Health Goals Report is to notify consumers if a constituent in Burbank's water supply has exceeded a maximum contaminant level, public health goal, or maximum contaminant level goal. The public health goal report must be completed every 3 years and is based on the drinking water quality data collected in the calendar years of 2019, 2020, and 2021. It is a requirement of the California Health and Safety Code and applies to all water utility systems with more than 10,000 service connections. Public health goals focus on carcinogenic and non-carcinogenic health risks. Maximum contaminant level goals are the federal equivalent of public health goals and apply to contaminants for which public health goals do not exist. Public health goals and maximum contaminant level goals are non-enforceable health-based goals that are set without regard to the economic impact and/or the available technology to measure or attain those levels. Maximum contaminant levels are established by U.S. EPA and are enforceable legal thresholds for water quality standards as defined in the Federal Drinking Water Act. Burbank's water supply did not exceed any maximum contaminant levels in the reporting period. Water purveyors must identify any drinking water contaminants that exceed a public health goal and identify contaminants that exceed their respective U.S. EPA maximum contaminant level goals. The table identifies the constituents that exceeded the public health goals or maximum contaminant level goals for this reporting period. They are gross alpha particle activity, uranium, gross beta particle activity, total coliform, and bromate. This concludes the 2019, 2020, 2021 Public Health Goals Report, and I am available to respond to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those 3 years of reporting period in a concise 5 minutes. Colleagues, do we have any questions? Oh, I'm sorry, this is a public hearing. We got to stick to the script. I apologize. We will now open the public hearing to hear from any persons who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the council for up to 3 minutes on this public hearing item only. For members of the public who are here in person, please present a completed salmon public hearing card to the city clerk if you wish to speak. Please state your name for the record. For those wishing to call in during the public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. Madam City Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I do have a card, but it did not indicate which item in the public hearing, and the name is Damon Garrow.
Here comes the salmon card right now.
Thank you. So we'll keep that under, that, you're right, you're absolutely right. So I just wanted to make sure that nobody's speaking on this item. Are you speaking?
I just forgot to mark. Can you mark it?
So you're speaking on this? Okay.
So there is one speaker. The only public comment I have is by Andre. Come up, Andre, and help me with your last name.
Dionysian, sir.
Thank you.
Hi. I listened to the report. I have no idea what this means. And I'm pretty sure most people in this room don't either. Can I please request a little bit more detail as to what a gross alpha particle activity is and the rest of it and what it means for water supply? That's all.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
No, we don't have
No
anyone on
callers?
the
No
line.
callers either?
No, and it's safe to go ahead and close it.
Okay, so there being no further public comment, I now declare the public comment period closed. Would the representative of the Burbank Water and Power like to make any further comments?
Can I respond?
Yes, now's your time.
Yes, sir. Well, as the table shows here, most of these contaminants that are listed here are naturally occurring in the groundwater supply. And they're either not carcinogenic or non-carcinogenic if they happen to exceed the maximum contaminant levels, which we have not in the last reporting period.
Okay, there's a lot of, thank you for that. There's pH, there's MCLH, and like the gentleman stated, I'm sure it makes perfect sense to the person that wrote the report. obviously, or anybody that deals in that type of area of the Water Division or Burbank Water and Power, obviously. But it seems to me like if we're presenting a report to the public, we got to make it as user-friendly as possible. Not that this isn't, but at the same time, you've got to present it to the lowest person that's around, right? So you got to just make it user-friendly.
Well,
I mean,
what we can do is we can try and provide more detail the next time around. We try to keep it as simple as possible to make sure that whoever hears the report has some understanding of the final data. As you can see here in this table, you can see where you have the public health goals listed.
Right.
The maximum contaminant level goal and maximum contaminant levels. And that way you're able to identify all the values that were found in the groundwater supply when they were tested, and whether they have a public health goal and whether the public health goal was exceeded. We will try to simplify it a little bit further next time around.
Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to staff, very thorough report. Actually, can we throw that slide back on the screen? I think this is important. Water is life, and it's important that the community understand what we're looking at here. So I'll be brief, sir. Across the top, there are 5 categories of items in bold, right? We see gross alpha particle activity, uranium, so on and so forth. For each of those items, could you just give us like a sentence or two description? What is that substance that we're looking for in our water supply?
Well, I can't give you any specifics. All I can tell you at this point is that they're naturally occurring in the groundwater supply.
Okay.
And we are required to monitor for those contaminants by state and federal drinking water standards. I didn't bring those specifics because, like I said, we tried not to provide too much detail because then it'll be too technical for anyone to really absorb and understand. We'll just make it more challenging for the public to understand it. But, we do have a consumer confidence report that comes out on an annual basis. It lists all of the contaminants that we sample for and monitor for, and for which we have average concentrations throughout the year. And there's also a phone number that they could call to ask these specific questions so that we can go into more detail with each individual.
Also, while Mr. Wilson is standing up there, I'd like to point out that attachment number 2 to the staff report, starting on page A2-4, provides a description of, at a minimum, 3 paragraphs on each one of those materials through page A2-8.
Thank you.
Richard Wilson, Assistant General Manager, Burbank Water and Power for Water Systems. Gross alpha particle activity, uranium, gross beta particle activity, those are alpha and beta particles are subatomic particles that are released through radiation. It is naturally occurring. We're all familiar with radiation and also uranium. These naturally occurring elements release alpha and beta particles. It's a type of and form of radiation. So when you look at the table, the units are picocuries per liter. Picocuries, it's a unit of measurement of radiation. It's a very, very, very small measurement. It's a decimal point with 8 or 9 zeros in front of the 1. So it's just a very, very small amount. Total coliforms, that is the amount of coliform bacteria that would be present. Coliform bacteria is a type of bacteria that's found in the intestines of warm-blooded animals. It's something that we routinely test for. Coliform bacteria can, if it's present in enough quantity, can make people sick. So that's something that we routinely test for. And bromate is a combination of chlorine and bromide, which is a disinfection byproduct. So that does not come from BWP. That is a disinfection byproduct that we get from the treated water that we purchase from the Metropolitan Water District. So that comes in as we mix it with the water that we produce. That unit is micrograms per liter. It's a very small amount. That's a 1 with 6 zeros in front of it. So it's a very, very small amount. And you can see on the table, there is the units, which I just talked about, and going down the table, it says highest value detected. There's the public health goal, the maximum contaminant level goal, the MCL, which is the maximum contaminant level. That is the legal requirement that we must meet. There's the source. So if you go across, you can see for the gross alpha particle activity, uranium, gross beta particle activity, and also the total coliforms. Those are all naturally occurring within the environment. And like I mentioned before about the bromate, that is from the ozonation process. It's a kind of disinfection process the Metropolitan Water District uses, and that is a byproduct of that process that is in the water that we purchase from MWD. The BATs, that's the best available technology for the first 3. Reverse osmosis is the technology that would be used to eliminate that material completely. We are already employing the best available technology for total coliforms. And for bromate, it would also be reverse osmosis. And reverse osmosis is it basically consists of these vessels that have very, very thin tubes, and you just, with a lot of high pressure, you push the water through these tubes that filter out these materials. And it's very costly. You can see below, under treatment cost per service connection, it's $29 per month per service connection. So you multiply that by roughly 27,000 service connections, that's about $750,000 for each of those. Again, these are health goals, and they're not maximum contaminant levels, meaning they're not what we are legally required to meet as directed by the Environmental Protection Agency. I hope that answers some questions.
It sure does, Mr. Wilson. And Mr. Mayor, if I might, I have 2 brief questions and I'll be done.
Go ahead.
So Mr. Wilson, just to summarize, so while our goal is always 0, is it fair to say that all of these contaminants that we're looking for are certainly beneath the legal threshold in which we would have to take some sort of mitigable action?
That is correct.
Thank you. The last question I had was, it's not in the report, I just wanted to know. I get a lot of questions about microplastics in our water supply. Do we test for that? Are there, is there an MCL, a maximum contaminant level associated with that? I was just wondering if you could speak to that.
Sure. Microplastics are rather ubiquitous in the environment. I went to an Association of California Water Agencies seminar on microplastics. They're very prevalent in wastewater, in stormwater. A lot of those plastics come from tires, as the tire breaks down when we brake and as it goes on the road. But there is no regulation for microplastics. There is no MCL for it. So it is not something that we test for. We do expect that sometime in the future there may be an MCL associated with it, but that's still being worked out through the legislature and the various agencies involved in developing those regulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, Mr. Martinez, thank you very much for your presentation. Council have any questions? No? All right, now declare the public hearing closed, and the council will now deliberate. What is the council's pleasure? Is there any discussion or a motion?
I'll move to note and file.
Okay.
Second.
There's a motion to note and file. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
and Mayor Talamantes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. This is time and place for the hearing for consideration to adopt an extension of an adopted urgency ordinance imposing a moratorium on new or replacement firearm retailers in the city of Burbank to allow staff time to study and consider enactment of zoning measures for future firearm retail uses. There will be a public comment period during the public hearing session. Before we begin, are there any disclosures relating to this hearing? Colleagues, hearing none. Madam City Clerk, have the notices as required by law been given?
Yes, they have.
Do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, emails, and other documents?
Yes, you do.
Has the city received any written communications on this matter, and have they been provided to all city council members?
Yes, you have. We received 24 pieces of communications, and you do have them.
Thank you for that. Will the representative of the Community Development Department please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us? Welcome.
Thank you very much. May I please have the presentation? Good evening, Mayor Telemontes, Vice Mayor Anthony, and members of the council. My name is Xavier Thomas, project planner for the proposed item. During the City Council meeting of July 26th, 2022, the City Council was presented with a report outlining the effects of the existing firearm retailers in the city of Burbank, along with immediate, short-term, long-term options to address the community's concerns regarding firearms and firearm retailers. Tonight, the City Council will be considering an extension to an adopted urgency ordinance from the July 26 Council meeting, which placed a moratorium on new or replacement firearm retailers in the city of Burbank. Due to the heightened concerns amongst communities around the country regarding firearms, governments at all levels are proposing various options to mitigate gun violence. At the federal level, President Biden signed into law on June 24th of this year the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which provides for increased funding and resources for access to mental health for children, institutes a waiting period and juvenile records check for firearms purchasers under the age of 21, and suspends the right to purchase a firearm for a period of 5 years after a misdemeanor conviction for domestic violence. At the state level, Governor Newsom signed into law several state bills in the months of June and July of this year. At the local level, the Burbank City Council was presented with immediate short-term and long-term regulatory options they could consider in order to address the community's concerns regarding firearms and firearm retailers. Article 11, Section 7 of the California Constitution authorizes the city to make and enforce all local, police, and other ordinances and regulations not in conflict with general laws. Under the City of Burbank's current zoning regulations, which have been in effect since 1998, firearms retailers are permitted uses in all commercial zones that allow general retail uses. Other local jurisdictions across the state have adopted zoning ordinances and business regulations that govern the sale of ammunition and firearms. Some of the local jurisdictions have adopted specific zoning designations and business regulations for firearm retail uses, including our neighboring cities of Glendale, Pasadena, and City of Los Angeles. Specifically, Pasadena and the City of Los Angeles require a conditional use permit or approval from a decision-making body before a firearm retailer use can operate. In addition, other local jurisdictions across the state have implemented moratoriums and approved extensions to moratoriums on new firearm and ammunition retail uses while determining the future zoning compliance and business license regulations for these specific uses. On July 26, 2022, City Council adopted an urgency ordinance establishing a moratorium on new or replacement retail uses selling firearms or ammunition. Pursuant to Government Code Section 65858D, a written report by the City Council must be presented describing measures taken to alleviate the conditions that led to the adoption of the urgency ordinance. The urgency ordinance is set to expire on Friday, September 9th, 2022. The request tonight is to extend the adopted urgency ordinance pursuant to Government Code Section 65858A for an additional 10 months and 15 days by a 4/5 vote. In addition to adopting the urgency ordinance, the City Council directed staff to explore additional regulations for firearm retail uses, which include adoption of a zone text amendment to create development standards that would apply to firearms retailers, including the establishment of firearm buffer zones in close proximity of sensitive uses. 2, limiting the number of firearm retailers by suspending the issuance of new licenses and exploring other municipalities' discretionary review process for these specific retail uses. 3, reviewing the Giffords Law Center model ordinance so that the city can consider the recommended best practices aimed at addressing local concerns, which can be incorporated as regulatory requirements in a future city ordinance or zone text amendment. And 4, amending the business license process that is governed by BMC Section 34111 to establish additional requirements for firearms retailers, such as successfully passing a state or federal agency audit as a condition of license renewal, including the potential implementation of a local inspection program. Since the adoption of the urgency ordinance, staff has taken the following steps to alleviate the conditions leading to the urgency ordinance. First, staff has reviewed the Giffords Law Center model ordinance, including other potential regulations that are listed on the Giffords Institution website that outline local regulations that have been adopted by other cities in the state that aim to address gun violence, as seen in Attachment 5. Staff has begun to identify which regulations are appropriate and potentially be incorporated in the City of Burbank's regulatory process. Second, staff has created a preliminary 500-foot buffer map around the sensitive uses and existing firearm retailers in the city to determine their proximity to one another, as seen in Attachment 4. Sensitive uses include schools, child daycare facilities, and places of assembly, including places of worship, parks, and libraries. Third, staff research urgency ordinance moratoriums and regulatory steps taken by other cities and counties in the state of California that have initiated a similar process for creating zoning regulations and compliance standards for firearm retailers, also seen in Attachment 5. Fourth, staff has initiated a discussion with the Building and Safety Division to evaluate potential changes to the city's permit and licensing process, including but not limited to a feasibility analysis of a local inspection program for the existing firearm retail stores. However, the necessary work to address the concerns raised by City Council at the July 26, 2022 meeting is still ongoing. To complete a thorough analysis of possible regulations to be incorporated into a local ordinance and prepare a set of possible next steps to amend the city's administrative and permitting process for firearms retailers, staff will need additional time. The adoption of the urgency ordinance at the July 26th City Council meeting placed a moratorium for new or replacement firearm retailers, gave staff time to begin to study, analyze, and propose potential land use regulations concerning firearms retailers. However, the effort cannot be completed within the 45-day period of the current urgency ordinance. City staff is continuing its analysis and is intent on bringing a future zone text amendment that would provide the city with the opportunity to create comprehensive zoning regulations for the placement of future firearms and ammunition retailers. Staff is recommending that the City Council extend the adopted urgency ordinance pursuant to Government Code Section 65858A for an additional 10 months and 15 days. Adoption of the extension will give staff the necessary time to complete its study for potential regulations for future firearms retailers, along with a completed zone text amendment prior to the expiration of the requested extension of July 24th, 2023. Without an extension, the moratorium will expire on Friday, September 9th, 2022, and new firearms retail establishments may put the city at risk of impairing its substantial interest in economically sustainable development, community health, and perceptions of safety and public image. In light of the record presented to you tonight, staff recommends the City Council and adopt an extension to the adopted urgency ordinance of the Council of the City of Burbank, imposing a moratorium on the issuance of new or replacement licenses for retail uses selling firearms or ammunition. The adoption of this ordinance requires a 4/5 vote by the City Council. This concludes staff's presentation. We're available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We will now open the public hearing to hear from any persons who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the council for up to 3 minutes on this public hearing item only. For members of the public who are here in person, please present a completed Salmon public hearing card to the city clerk if you wish to speak. Please state your name for the record. For those wishing to call in during the public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. Right now, we have four cards. First speaker is Piper Overbaugh, followed by Damian Jarrow.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Piper. I am a resident of Burbank, California. I ask you this: why would you open a tackle shop in the middle of a desert? Why would you allow a gun store to open right near an elementary school? There are too many gun stores in Burbank. We should be trying to make it harder for gun stores to operate in order to make our community safe. I live less than 1,600 feet away from the new giant gun world, and my son's school is less than 800 feet away. I sent an in-depth email stating the various ways in which it is easier and more affordable to own and operate a gun store in our town than in the surrounding areas. For example, a firearm dealer is allowed to operate as a regular retail store, but are not required to have regular inspections, nor are they required to carry any liability insurance. Burbank has made national news as it is amongst one of the highest Starbucks per capita in the U.S., with Starbucks stores for every 5,200 residents. The fact that there is around one gun store per every 2.5 Starbucks stores is pretty amazing. Is that what we want Burbank to be known for? What do these gun stores add to the value of Burbank? I have never, ever heard one person say they would like to move to a neighborhood that has a lot of gun stores. I urge you to extend the moratorium for new firearm stores until July of 2023 in order to enact the ordinances and make the community safe for everyone, especially all of the things that Xavier said in his previous commenting period. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Damian Jarrow, followed by Eric Adaminian.
My name is Damian Garrow. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, thank you for letting me speak. This claim that there's 14 gun stores, as stated in Section B of your proposed ordinance, is misleading. There are 14 federal firearms licensees in Burbank, but without the access to a dealer record of sale entry system, known as the DES, or the DROS entry system, you cannot sell firearms to the public. There are 10 stores, and only 8 of them stock firearms in Burbank. So there are not 14 gun stores in Burbank selling firearms. Section K of your ordinance claims that firearm stores are unregulated. I quote, "Lawful but unregulated businesses selling ammunition and firearms" is in your proposed ordinance. Gun stores are one of the most heavily regulated industries that exist. They are federally and state inspected and audited. These inspections include auditing a minimum of 1 year's worth of sales records and a complete inventory of all the firearms in the store. Many of the proposals are a waste of city resources and money. Implementation and inspection is redundant, as the ATF and the Department of Justice already perform these inspections and therefore would be a waste of taxpayer money. The boilerplate laws from the Gifford Center are also redundant, as state law prohibits manufacture of unregistered and unserialized guns by individuals, what you're calling ghost guns. If someone is willing to break California state law, they would just as likely break city law. We do not need more laws. We need the laws that are on the books to be enforced. Gun buybacks are also a waste of Burbank City money. They do not take guns out of criminal hands. They do not reduce gun violence, and they are simply a feel-good measure with little or no effect on eliminating guns from the hands of criminals. I can cite the National Bureau of Economic Research from Cambridge, Massachusetts, which has, you can find this online. It's very interesting on the gun buybacks. They've done a lot of research on it, and they've not found any reduction in violence. I urge you not to extend the moratorium, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Eric Adamian, followed by Eric Fletcher. And Eric is the last speaking card I have.
Good evening, Council. Mr. Mayor. I'm here representing the people who vote. Let me tell you a little about these people who vote. Prior to 2020, according to the FBI, it has been recorded that there are over 300 million legally owned firearms owned by 90 million gun owners in America. Now it is more. According to the FBI, from 2020 to 2021, we have seen the largest first-time gun owner group. Let's break that down. In the past 2 years, 41 million new firearms have been purchased, of which 13.8 million by first-time gun owners. Let's break down the demographics of the 13.8 million first-time gun owners. 44% are African American. 40% are Hispanics. 33% of the first-time gun owners in 2021 were women. These are young women, mothers with children, who are concerned for their well-being and that of their families. These people vote. Nearly half of the first-time buyers inquired about professional firearms training, meaning many first-time buyers quickly became enthusiasts who are serious about gun safety, self-defense, laws, and regulations. Let me ask you this. Why do you think these people bought firearms and dedicated their precious time to training with them? When it comes to their survival, they will not think twice about people who put their survival in jeopardy, especially the next 40 million who are going to purchase firearms. That is the trend. What do you think they'll think about politicians like you when it comes time to vote between your re-elections and their survival? Remember, we vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker and the last speaker is Eric Fletcher. If anyone wants to submit one of these salmon cards, please, if you want to be speaking before we close the hearing. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. It's good to see you again. I have first here 2 quotes real quick. The first one I'm going to read probably sounds familiar because it was said at the last meeting that I was here at. Under the city's current zoning regulations, firearm stores are allowed by right in all commercial zones that allow general retail uses. And today we are talking about subverting that right, nothing less. Another quote, this one might be a little more interesting if you hear it for the first time. And it starts, I also know the legislature sometimes ignores whether or not it is constitutional or not. We go ahead and make laws because we are California. We do it anyways. Could you imagine if Donald Trump had said such words? Could you imagine the outcry if a Republican had said those words? Wasn't Donald Trump, wasn't a Republican. It was Reggie Jones Sawyer, state Democrat. He effectively said he does not care about the Constitution. He effectively said he does not care about his oath of office, what he swore to uphold and defend. He has no regard for the Constitution. If this is the trend of his political party, we know where this is going. As I mentioned, today we are here to talk about subverting the right. You've had your 45 days, or you're about to, and now you're asking for 10 months more? How much more time do you need? How much more time will be acceptable? How much more are we willing to lose because the staff has effectively been sitting on its hands for the past 45 days? If I came to my boss without an answer for 45 days that he gave me, I would not have a job. You are on taxpayer time. You are on taxpayer dollars. Get to work. We sat by and allowed the first one to happen pretty quietly. Well, now because of this, I have gladly signed up with the California Pistol and Rifle Association as a lifetime member and have plans to open up a chapter locally. We have names. We have voters. I live in Burbank. I work in Burbank. I have ever since I was in high school. I have been in Los Angeles all my life, aside from military service and going downrange as a DoD civilian. I came back here because I wanted to, because I like California. but it's very disheartening to see it become what it has become, mostly because of political action. I will lastly say that Councilman Schultz, I appreciate you actually taking the time to answer many of my questions personally over social media. Many other politicians do not, such as Portantino. I don't like him especially, but he does not answer me. So I at least thank you for being respectful and engaging in the discourse. I will lastly leave you with a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of the free state. The right of the people shall not be infringed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the last speaker. Okay, we have completed in-person public comment for the public hearing. For callers, please remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer and take your phone off speaker when you deliver public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have any callers online?
No, Mr. Mayor, we don't.
Okay, thank you. There being no further public comment, I now declare the public comment period closed. Would the representative of the Community Development Department like to make any further comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there's two things I would like to clarify. First, the comment which addressed the language within the actual extension of the urgency ordinance, which does state, as the resident indicated, the language of unregulated business was actually in reference to we do not have adequate regulations concerning land use or licensing requirements. During the last meeting of July 26th, in that report and during the presentation, we actually went through in extensive detail about the federal regulations and state requirements that all firearms dealers have to go through. What this urgency ordinance covers is just simply the land use requirements and business license requirements, which again are not adequate and which is also covered in this actual ordinance itself. The second item is the 45 days and the reason for why we're requesting an extension. In order to do a thorough zone text amendment, that actual process takes longer than 45 days. Just to go over some of the steps, that would include not only identifying what the land use regulations would actually be, but also holding a community meeting or a community workshop, which we would then vet it to the community and allow them to have their input into what actually those ideas would be. That would then follow by a planning board meeting where they would also review those regulations that we're proposing, and then they would also make their recommendations to the city council. And then following that would also be a city council meeting after that, and then a second hearing based upon whether or not you adopt the regulations, any changes that have to take place. That entire extensive period takes longer than 45 days in and of itself, not including any other requirements for a local inspections program or even increasing or looking into what the business license renewal process would actually look like. So that is why we're before you today, just to say that all of those things are going to take longer than the 45 days, hence why we do need the extension for 10 days and 15 months. That is all.
Thank you very much. Does the council have any questions of staff? Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. I appreciate you being here, and even if we don't see eye to eye, I want you to know that your comments are heard. And I'm not happy just to engage with you over social media. If you'd like to meet in person, happy to have you at City Hall. I can't guarantee we're going to see eye to eye, but I really believe this is not a political issue. This is about community safety and finding common ground. And I think there's a lot of common ground to be found. Staff, I did have a couple questions. So with regards to the first commenter talked about paragraph K. So if I understand correctly, you're saying it's sort of just a very general statement, the city council finds that given the deleterious effect an otherwise lawful but unregulated business might have, any reason that language couldn't or shouldn't be amended to say unregulated or inadequately regulated business?
If the direction of council is to amend the actual ordinance, I believe we could do so, but I guess, are you asking if we can change the language as written?
Well, I'm asking what your thoughts are because, firearms retailers are regulated. I think part of the policy question the body has to decide is whether those regulations are adequate or inadequate. So I'm just wondering if from your perspective, is there some reason that shouldn't be changed?
No, if the council feels, this is Scott Planbeck, planning manager, if the council feels the findings need to be amended in order to make the findings for the extension of the ordinance, we can work with council on that language.
again, I just want to clarify, the language in terms of the unregulated business was pertaining to, again, specifically the land use regulations that we do not have and the adequacy
see.
of that. So maybe there should be a following or even a actual paragraph that precedes that clarifies exactly what that unregulated business actually
Councilmember,
means.
let me have
Please.
our city attorney weigh in,
Yeah.
please.
Based upon the response, I would, from Mr. Thomas, it may be most appropriate just to suggest adding the single word locally, but locally unregulated, because I think what they're referring to is the vacuum of regulations that doesn't dictate the location. So that's the phenomenon we're dealing with is since 1998, the last revision to the code for licensee FFLs in residential land use districts. That was the last amendment to the code. We didn't have any other location restrictions other than whether it was in a permitted zoning district. So locally might encapsulate staff's interpretation. Whether you added the word inadequate, I think staff's position is aside from the business license, it's really unregulated. Yeah.
I appreciate that clarification, and I would personally be comfortable with adding that language because it is a finding, and I think we should be as factually accurate as we can be. Mr. Thomas, again, very good, succinct report. I just had one other question, procedure-wise. Under state law, there's a procedure that we're following with regards to interim development control ordinances. I believe there is a statutory time period that we can't pass, a total of 2 years, if I recall correctly. I don't know if that'd be better suited for our city attorney, but I was wondering if you could speak to the procedure moving forward and any limitations on that procedure.
So under the state law, because the council had a hearing on the first moratorium, under the state law, you could extend right now for 22 months and 15 days. Under our local ordinance, the council extends only 1 year at a time. 45 days, 10 months and 15 days, and it can be extended up for 1 more year. So our ordinance is actually a little more regulated on the procedure. So if staff was unable to complete the code amendment process as Mr. Thomas described accurately, then they could request more time.
For a total of 2 years?
For not to exceed 2 years. So it cannot exceed 2 years under state law
Right.
or local law.
Gotcha.
Our local law requires us to do 2 extensions rather than 1.
Understood. Thank you. That's all the questions for right now.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that presentation. I agree that language, the unregulated, was a little fuzzy. I understood it as unregulated locally. Obviously, we're in Burbank, so we're dealing with Burbank code and an ordinance. I didn't see that as, no state or federal thing. But I think putting in the word locally would help us here. I'd like to go from unregulated to well-regulated, like it is in the Constitution. I think it's the same findings today that we had 45 days ago. I don't think much has changed. I took a close look at everything that the president and the governor signed and passed, and I appreciate that they are doing what they can at the federal and state level. However, that's not really affecting specifically what's happening here in Burbank, so I don't see that those laws have effectively changed what we're doing here. Yeah. Okay.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? No? I want to weigh in as well, and like it's already been mentioned, I think we should just stay the course. Listen to our staff. They need more time to do their due diligence. Sometimes haste makes waste. I believe we should do this right and allow them another 10 months to get it right, get some best practices from other cities, bring them back for discussion amongst the council, and see where we go from there. So, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'm prepared to make the motion, but I do have one question for staff. Is your intent to wait till 15 days before the expiration to come back with proposals, or if there are things that you think we can and should consider doing, is your intent to come back as soon as possible?
Our intent is to come back as soon as possible.
Good.
With the actual understanding that everything that is on our plate to do. As stated, we plan on just making this the only extension that we request of you and having all the work done within 10 months and 15 days.
That's what I like to hear. Do you plan to bring everything back in one package, or could it come back piecemeal if there are certain pieces faster or more ready than others?
I mean, our intent is after we go through the process, we get the ordinance vetted by the public, by the planning board, is to, if possible, bring back one package. That would be best case scenario for us.
That is the best case scenario. Again, there are certain components for regulation that are going to be dictated by other departments and divisions that may end up having to be piecemeal. So you may get things prior to, but for the most part, again, we would like to bring you a full package so that everything can be looked at in a comprehensive fashion.
Great.
Because there's a lot of steps, like you stated, there's a lot of steps involved.
Correct, and a lot of different divisions involved as well.
Right, so we have to stay coordinated. Obviously, the community is a big factor in this. Your public gatherings that you're going to go out there and gather some information from the community, very important, going through this process. Yes, sir.
Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director of Planning, and Xavier and Scott have noted, as far as our level of effort for planning on the zone text amendment, we will do our best to bring it as soon as possible, knowing that there's 2 rounds of city council meetings and then a period of time thereafter before it takes effect. So clearly, we're going to want to do it before the 10 months, 15 days, but also wanted to acknowledge the level of effort of the police department and also our business license, which are actually undertaking other efforts. And I don't want to say that they're going to be taking 10 months and 15 days. You'll see some components that you've already given direction come forth as soon as possible, as soon as we complete that effort. So I want to make sure you understand that even though it's the culmination in a zone text amendment, there'll be other legs to the stool of direction that you've given us that will be coming back to you at a much sooner time than that.
Outstanding.
Thank you very much. That's it? Any other questions?
I can make the motion if you'd like.
No, I have to close the hearing first.
Oh, yes.
I now declare the public hearing closed and the council will not deliberate. What is the council's pleasure? Is there any discussion on the motion?
I'm comfortable with giving staff time. They need to find a reasonable and balanced approach. So unless anyone else has a burning comment, I move that the city council adopt an extension of an uncodified urgency ordinance imposing a moratorium on the establishment of new or replacement retail uses selling firearms or ammunition to allow city staff sufficient time to study and consider enactment of zoning measures for future firearm retail uses.
Second, and it's the right thing to do. All right, Madam City Clerk?
I have one last comment
Go
that I
ahead.
wanted to say
Yes.
before we vote. We mentioned, we had a little discussion about voters and what the voters want. And I want to point out that a national poll by Politico back in June of this year showed that between 80 and 90%, depending on the exact ordinance or regulation, most Americans, the vast majority of Americans, support common sense gun laws and gun control reform. And that is a huge, huge discussion happening across the country. And when we talk about voters, we're talking about everybody who is interested in our political and national conversation. So I'm comfortable moving forward with this because I think this is what the people want.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Mayor Telemantis?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for weighing in. Great discussion. We have 2 reports to council this evening. The first report is the adoption of a resolution authorizing and establishing a preferential parking district on 100 to 200 blocks of South Reese Place and South Orchard Drive, speed humps on South Reese Place, and temporary street closure on South Orchard Drive near Raising Cane's Restaurant, and approval of a fiscal year 2022-23 budget amendment. Mr. Chris Buono, Assistant Transportation Planner in the Community Development Department, please present the report, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, and members of council. My name is Chris Bonomo. I am an Assistant Transportation Planner in the Community Development Department. Tonight, the city will be considering recommendations for traffic and parking measures on South Orchard Drive and South Reese Place. Staff is asking council to adopt the proposed resolution to implement 3 neighborhood protection measures to address parking and traffic impacts caused by the Raising Cane's restaurant. They are permit parking on South Orchard Drive and South Reese Place, speed humps on South Reese Place, and a temporary closure of South Orchard Drive just south of Raising Cane's. And staff recommends council amend the fiscal year 22-23 budget to implement the temporary street closure. Over the past year, staff have been developing an update to the Rancho Providencia Neighborhood Protection Plan at the direction of City Council. And staff held the first community meeting in April with the neighborhood. Although separate from the Neighborhood Protection Plan update, staff and several departments collaborated to develop the initial opening plans for traffic around Raising Cane's. Amending is necessary as conditions shifted in the first few months of operation. Since the beginning of that outreach process in March and April, staff received and responded to over 160 calls and emails. As of today, it's closer to 175, and about half of those were directly related to Raising Cane's. Staff coordinated with nearby businesses during the opening period and surveyed the residents of South Orchard Drive and South Reese Place about the possible improvements. In those conversations, the primary neighborhood concerns are business patrons parking in front of residences, speeding on nearby streets, and the drive-through queuing down Orchard Drive. Regarding parking, Raising Cane's patrons who can't park on site seek parking on residential streets or neighborhoods or the business lots in the neighborhood. Even with signage present, it has been a big lift for those businesses to keep their parking, their on-site parking available for their own customers and not Raising Cane's customers. Residential neighbors also see parking encroaching into the residential zone, and with that comes the concerns of litter, loitering, and noise. This is especially an issue since Raising Cane's peak hours tend to be 7 p.m. till they close at 10 p.m. The parking data that staff collected show Raising Cane's patrons do utilize parking in the neighborhood in front of residences on Orchard and Reese. And staff collected data before Raising Cane's opened in January and more recently in August. And what the findings show is that even though it's presented here as percentages, there tend to be 5 more spaces on each block occupied in the evenings when the data was collected. And it's also worth noting that those spaces, the occupied parking spaces, tend to concentrate at the north end of the block, closer to Olive, and closer to Oak. It's a bit more available. From a drive-through operations perspective, the initial queuing pattern was along the curb lane on Olive as a means to handle the initial rush of customers. While this kept cars out of the travel lane, the permit for curb restriction left the 6 parking spaces in front of the businesses unavailable. As the initial rush subsided, the permit was not renewed and those parking spaces became available once again. The security guards at the restaurant are now directed to wave off any vehicles that queue past Orchard. And while this pattern works for most of the day, it does become an issue in the evening when there is the typical rush between 7 and 10. And the rush does tend to the backup does tend to spring from the interaction between the guard and the arriving customers who expect to just be able to drive right in. The guard stops and discusses or has a discussion with them about where they can go, where they can't go, and in that time, other cars queue up behind them. So that interaction in and of itself causes a backup. for the people approaching from Orchard and as well for the people trying to exit, approaching from Olive and the people trying to exit onto Olive from Orchard. Vehicle speed on Orchard is similar to the speeds before Raising Cane's opened. All speeds collected were below 30 miles per hour on Orchard, the general threshold for roadway calming on local streets. But Reese showed higher speeds above 30 in January and again in August in the northbound direction. Although volumes declined slightly from July to August, there is still an overall increase from before Raising Cane's arrival. Both streets saw an increase of about 700 cars per day in July. And the observed increase in August wasn't as dramatic, although it's still an increase of about 300 cars per day compared to January. Some of the traffic, parking, and circulation issues observed since the opening of the restaurant could be addressed through traffic enforcement of moving violations. For the first 2 weeks, Burbank Police Department was on site to monitor traffic operations. Raising Cane's covered the cost of that traffic control. Since that time, restaurant security is tasked with keeping intersections clear. However, issues like blocked intersections and driveways or disobeyed turn restrictions continue. Burbank Police Department traffic personnel have dedicated significant resources to date around Raising Cane's. Although officers are not deployed to the restaurant site anymore, they continue ongoing enforcement around the restaurant when violations are observed or if a call comes in. However, enforcement alone will not solve the ongoing issues. Therefore, staff recommends the implementation of preferential parking on South Reese Place and South Orchard Drive between Olive and Oak, speed humps on South Reese Place, and a temporary street closure on South Orchard Drive. Staff believes these measures should be implemented now and evaluated as part of the ongoing neighborhood protection plan process, which will continue. Permit parking has the ability to reduce the likelihood of patrons parking in the neighborhood and walking up to the restaurant because they would be prohibited from parking during business hours every day. Permit parking will be implemented on the parking spaces in front of residences from 8 a.m. until 10 p.m. From a process perspective, this will be the same rollout as other parking permit zones in the city. Residents are eligible for up to 5 permits per household, as well as guest passes, and all registration takes place on the city website. Neighboring businesses are eligible to request permits for their employees, and Raising Cane's will not be issued any of these permits. Similar to the program outlined in the Burbank Municipal Code, residents on adjacent blocks of Sparks, Parish, or Oak can petition for corresponding restrictions on their blocks within 1 year without a parking field study, and that's if a finding can be made that the parking has been diverted to their block. Over 3/4 of residents on each street support this measure. While the benefits are mostly related to limitation of Raising Cane's parking in the residential zones, there are drawbacks. Residents need to register online, as well as guests who wish to park on the street, and this increases the need for local parking enforcement. There's currently a limited number of parking control officers, and this adds to the coverage area for those existing officers. The effectiveness of the program would be contingent upon the ability to enforce these new streets as part of the city's overall preferential program. Should additional enforcement be necessary, that will require additional resources. Staff recommends speed humps be installed on Reese Place between Olive and Oak to reduce vehicle speeds there. Speed humps are a traffic calming tool utilized to manage speeding on local residential streets, and these were identified as possible traffic calming measures in the initial data analysis for the Rancho Providencia Neighborhood Protection Plan update. Note that staff do not recommend speed humps on South Orchard because of the proposed closure, which would render them redundant. And so this is just a look at the before speed data. Before Raising Cane's opened, this was collected in January 2022. And it shows that speed humps have been effective where they are already installed in the Rancho Providencia neighborhood. 5 of the 6 streets with speed humps show an average speed below 25 miles per hour, which is the posted speed limit there, and the 6th is still below 30 miles per hour. Just taking a look again at the speed data with the data over 30 called out here. In January, it was close to 33. It dipped in July and was above 30 miles per hour in the northbound direction for Reese. And for Orchard, from January to August, speeds are fairly consistent. For a standard resident-initiated speed hump process, 60% of residents must approve. For Reese, that number is actually 60%. However, staff still recommends installation of speed humps given the unique situation as the adjacent street to Raising Cane's. As shown in previous slides, before Raising Cane's opened, the street already exhibited an average 85th percentile speed of 33 miles per hour. The northbound direction shows an average speed of 31 miles per hour in August, and as traffic patterns continue to normalize and parking eases with the extension of permit hours, higher speeds may return. While lower speeds improve safety for all road users, drawbacks include a slight delay in emergency response, since emergency vehicles also slow to navigate those speed humps. Vehicles may make noise as they drive over them, and there is an aesthetic effect with the addition of signage and striping at various locations in the street. Staff recommends the City Council implement a temporary street closure on South Orchard Drive, just south of Raising Cane's driveway, to separate the residential properties on Orchard from the Raising Cane's drive-through line. The closure would consist of concrete barriers, temporary bolt-down curb and bollards, as well as appropriate signage. The closure is at an angle to enable both of the driveway aprons to be used for trash truck turnarounds. Staff recommends that the closure be installed for a period of 6 months to enable traffic patterns to adapt to the closure and to collect data on how the closure affects surrounding streets. It will also allow staff to determine if the other soon-to-open Raising Cane's restaurants draw traffic away from this location once they open. The data will be evaluated to determine if staff should make the temporary street closure permanent or if any additional streets should be considered. A closure on South Orchard Drive addresses the immediate concern of cars queuing down Orchard. The street closure has a secondary benefit by allowing Raising Cane's to queue an additional 8 to 9 vehicles for the drive-through on site, thereby reducing the likelihood that vehicles continue queuing on on Olive. And if you look here, as it stands now, this is the current traffic flow on site. All vehicles looking to access the drive-through enter from Olive, and that's where the people who are looking to pick up or dine in also enter. So all entrance and exit is from Olive. No permits are permitted to enter from Orchard. There is a curb ramp there, but it's currently closed. And currently about 12 cars fit on site. However, with the closure, we're able to allow for cars to enter from Orchard without the risk of the queue going down into the residential zone. This reduces the confusion at the Olive entrance, where there has to be the discussion about who goes where when. It also enables at least 8 more cars to line up on site, reducing the likelihood that a backup on Olive occurs. There are, however, drawbacks to this closure. Residents who live on South Orchard will no longer be able to access their street from Olive Avenue and must now access it from Oak. Traffic that would normally travel on South Orchard Place would be diverted to neighboring streets like Reese or Parish. Staff estimates that based on the data shown earlier, there could be between 300 to 700 cars diverted to neighboring streets. And when you add multiple closures, this only compounds, and that then gets spread to the other neighboring streets and the first available ones. Finally, the roadway on South Orchard has geometric limitations that will make turnarounds for large vehicles like trash trucks and street sweepers difficult, including a tight turning radius and no adjacent alleyway. And for that reason, that's why it's at an angle. So those vehicles can utilize the curb aprons there to go in, back up, and then make that turn. But in order to do that, one parking space will need to be eliminated, the most northern parking space on this side across from Raising Cane's. The city has the authority to implement these measures under the California Vehicle Code and Burbank 2035 General Plan Mobility Element, and they are consistent with the City of Burbank design standards and California Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. These measures are exempt from review under the California Environmental Quality Act because they do not expand existing use, they add safety devices to existing facilities, and they do not expand capacity. Should council approve, staff estimates the installation of all three measures will be complete by the end of September 2022. Staff requests City Council authority to amend fiscal year 2022-2023 adopted budget by accepting funds from the Raising Cane's restaurant in the amount of $30,000 and amending the 2022-2023 budget by appropriating $30,000. The total cost of implementation is estimated to be $37,000. Permit parking and speed humps can be paid for with the existing city budget. Development of the signing and striping plan also is covered under the existing Rancho Providencia Neighborhood Protection Plan update. In conclusion, staff recommends that City Council amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget and adopt the proposed resolution to implement 3 neighborhood protection measures: permanent parking on South Orchard Drive and South Reese Place, speed humps on South Reese Place, and a temporary closure of South Orchard Drive. Staff recommends these be implemented to address parking and traffic-related effects around Raising Cane's, and staff recommends these measures be implemented as part of the overall Rancho Providencia Neighborhood Protection Plan so that their effects on nearby streets can be identified and evaluated in the coming months. With that, I thank you for the opportunity to present tonight, and I now welcome your questions and comments.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Colleagues, any questions, comments? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that presentation. I have a couple of questions here. So originally they were queuing up on Olive. They were utilizing our police enforcement. They were paying for that. And they would snake in through the Olive entrance and then around. But now it looks, so I watched a video. A gentleman came up and said he couldn't show a video. He's going to send it to us. But he showed a video from Thursday night where it looked like the drive-through was completely empty for a good minute and a half. And then the security guard let in a bunch of cars and then started waving people off again. So my question is, are they now doing intermittent drive-through? Are they not, it's not continuous? Like, how are they operating this now? Because I went down there and I couldn't figure it out, because I go during the day. It's not that busy, but I've seen some video from nighttime and it seems just way different, way more capacity at night.
Yeah, so the operations that we've discussed with them is that they run their drive-through. If it reaches Orchard, then they wave off until it clears or there's more space, and then other people can go through.
Real quick, by waving off, you mean go around the block or what?
Or, yeah, or come back. Or try and find a
So
spot.
go somewhere else and then come back.
Yeah, or try and find a spot inside and dine in instead of going through the drive-through.
Okay.
But what bothers me about that is if I'm driving there and I see that the drive-through is full, first thing I'm going to try to do is park and walk in. So I'm going to go up to Reese, I guess, Sparks, go to the next to Sparks, and loop around, and like you said, try to find the best parking closest to Cane's on Orchard. So what they're basically doing is taking traffic off of Olive and just having them park into the neighborhood. So my question is this. The new design where the olive entrance is just pickup, but then they utilize Orchard for the drive-through. Yeah, it's going to add 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, probably 8, maybe even 9 cars, depending if they can queue in the street there. What is that? So on slide 19, can you go back to slide 19 real quick? What is that building in the bottom center? The one just across the street? Do we know who that is? Who's the business there, the tenant?
You're talking, across Orchard?
Yeah, just the very bottom of the screen, right in the middle.
Liquor store.
It's a liquor store.
Liquor store.
Have they weighed in on this?
Our.
Who's that? They went out of business. Oh. Do we have that confirmed that that's not an operating?
There's a sign in the window. Our staff reached out to all of the businesses on that strip and were unable to contact that one.
All right, so here's my question. 8 or 9 is good, but I would feel more comfortable, and I know I don't want to close down all of Olive, but if we got a couple more parking spaces in front of that business, I think that would also help us to let them queue. Because one of the things that we saw when they first showed up was when they took that whole row of Olive on parking, they stayed out of the street. Nobody was going to park and walk in. People just queued up and got in because I know firsthand, I walked down there, I talked to people, they said if they went and parked and got in line, the wait was just as long. And, it's the middle of summer, it's 80 degrees, so people want to sit in their car and they want to turn the AC on. So is it possible for us to continue letting them queue along Olive in that parking lane? And the reason why I ask that is their capacity is through the roof. They're making a lot of money. And we charge them for our police presence. I don't think it's unreasonable to continue asking them to pay for a little bit of that service again because they're making good money. They're doing a lot of business. They can afford to cover the cost of that. And it buys us another, 3 to 4. I mean, if you pack in on a drive-through, maybe even 5 spots, 5 cars. And then that way, if we closed off that street, they can just snake in through the closed off street, and now you've got an additional 5, maybe even 6 cars in there. So, I mean, I'd be comfortable just doing that. So the section right in front of that first building, the block there, especially if they're not in business right now. That way we're not losing a bunch of stuff on Olive, but we're also creating a mechanism where no one is being asked to be waved off, to circle the block, to create more traffic. We know where they're going to end up. They just want to get in the queue. It works. If you look at what In-N-Out does, obviously they have a lot more space because there's a giant parking lot there. But when they have overflow, they don't even have security guards doing it. It's just the people, they'll line up in the street along the red curb there in front of Bob's Furniture. And people know. They've been there enough times. They go, oh, I'm just going to get in the line in the red curb and queue. And it's not really a problem because everyone knows it. And Bob's Furniture is not complaining because they know, okay, this is what we're doing business with and all that. Okay, that's my first question.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I can try and answer.
Oh, yeah. Talk to me about that.
Yes,
yeah.
and it's a little bit nuanced, and what you're talking about, definitely we've thought about, and we can walk through what you've talked about.
Okay.
So right now, with the way it's operating with Orchard open and the queuing on Orchard, we're very sensitive to queuing for a safety standpoint at the intersection and for queuing in front of the businesses on Olive and the queuing in front of people's houses, which is probably the worst. So we are asking, and they have been implementing a very strict wave off policy where if it starts getting onto the city streets, they've said and we've said, move people along because you cannot have queuing under the current situation. And yes, absolutely, the downside to that and the practicality of what happens is everybody just circles the block or they just park. And so we're seeing a lot of that right now, especially on Reese. With this temporary closure and the reversal of the queuing into the restaurant, we have more cars that can queue on the site itself. We've kind of surrendered the upper part of Orchard to them now because we've sealed off the residents and they're safe from the queuing. So we can kind of let the queuing, if it does need to go onto the street somewhat, we don't have to necessarily ask them to be so strict with the wave off because that safety at the intersection has been addressed and we don't have this sensitive situation of queuing in Orchard. So we can then hopefully have less of an opportunity for queuing because there's more cars. And if queuing does occur, we don't have to ask them to be so strict with it and cause that circling around the block situation because we've dealt with this.
Well, is it possible for us, I guess we don't have to tell them or be on top of them for it, but can we make that section of in front of that building, can we give them more red curb to is that within our municipal code to allow that to just paint more red curb there so there's less, so that, at 6 o'clock somebody parks there and then suddenly the queue starts increasing and now they've got to, so that's basically what I'm saying. It's
So
like,
yes, we could. We could do it at the staff level. We could certainly, the council could direct us to. We have also been very sensitive, and you've heard very sensitive issues regarding that limited parking on Olive and how it affects those businesses. What I would recommend is if the council is interested in pursuing this closure recommendation, that we put that in, and we're still measuring and observing and also hearing from your constituents, businesses and residents. We can see how the queue works, and we can then kind of reevaluate that second step, which could be to look at the street parking on Olive. As I've mentioned before in previous updates to you, we're also investigating some nearby off-site parking that could be made public for customers of any of those businesses to utilize. If that comes to fruition, then maybe we can reevaluate the curb parking also. But we're trying to be responsive to the early complaints about restricting that parking. So we would recommend leaving it alone at least for now and evaluating.
Well, let me ask you this. So we know that the businesses there they're mostly open during the day. Would it behoove us to do a no parking after 6 p.m. kind of thing on that first block there and sort of put up just a temporary sign? Because this leads to my second question. We have the only Raising Cane's in a nearby area, but I'm told that there's at least 2 more opening nearby. Do we know if there's other Raising Cane's that are opening that are going to take some of these customers? Like, what's going on with that?
Yes, North Hollywood and Northridge and Hollywood. And I think they should be open, at least a couple of them by the beginning of the year.
So North Hollywood, Northridge, and Hollywood.
Yes.
Okay. So, all right, so we only got to deal with this for a little bit longer. And that's why I'm saying if we can just, especially if there's a business that's not really operating there, I think that first block, giving that to them as well. And that way we just they're there, they're doing their thing. We just power through it for a couple more months. And when these other ones open, hopefully they'll take some of these folks for that. And then my third question is the speed bumps. I was speaking with a resident from Orchard earlier, and they asked me, how is a speed bump going to stop somebody from queuing? And I said, I don't have the answer there. But from the report, it seems like speeding was happening before Raising Cane's was a problem. So it seems like the speed bumps is just the mitigation plan, regardless for that neighborhood, and isn't necessarily a Raising Cane's issue, but we want to put it in anyways. So that was going to go in no matter what. Is that what I'm reading into that, or no?
Yes, yeah. Speeding was there beforehand, and then it's starting to come back. It dipped a little bit, I think, probably when there was a lot of initial parking and congestion in the area. But based on our most recent readings, yes. And then we're going to do follow-ups on it as well, obviously, in the months to come.
Okay. All right. I mean, if they're speeding, then we can put the speed bumps. But I don't. It's weird that it's in with this report because it's not going to stop somebody from queuing. That's why it just seemed odd to me. Okay. That's all I got. 1, 2, 3. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, any other questions, comments? Councilmember Springer?
Yes, thank you very much for your report. And the liquor store is out of business because Raising Cane's put them out of business. Because I stopped and talked with the liquor store owner, and when he realized that Raising Cane's was going to open, what he told me was he sold it. And I don't know if the sign belongs to the new owner. I don't know. He's not there to ask anymore. But the cars queuing on Orchard was extremely detrimental to him and the other stores, the barber shop, the cell phone store, Frontier Walk. And plus it caused traffic jams on all of people stopping in the travel lane to try to get into the queuing lane. And so if you suggest that, then I feel like Raising Cane needs to buy that building, because it's extremely detrimental to that. And one thing that I'm wondering, if instead of queuing on Olive, could they queue on the little nubbin of Orchard? That's, between Olive and the barrier. But there is, I'm not quite sure how, there are a few parking spaces behind the liquor store. People need to access those, right? Are those accessible? It looks like the barrier blocks them off.
There may need to be red tip at the top, but once they get around and that center median opens up, they should be able to get around a parked car there.
So what you're saying is that whoever, the new ownership of that, what is now a liquor store building, would be able to access their parking in the back?
Oh, sorry. You're talking about the back driveway?
Right, it's
Oh,
very
sorry,
small,
yes.
but there's room for a couple cars back there.
Yeah, sorry. I misunderstood your question.
Okay.
Yes, they are able to access it. They would have to access it coming up from Oak. We've spoken with the other businesses that are there. That was part of the outreach to see if they're okay with that, and they said they were. It typically is only 2, maybe 3 cars back there, and the business has said it's either the owner, the manager, or an employee who parks back there, so it's for an extended period of time. And the reason why that is south of the closure and why that it's angled is so that there can be solid waste truck access, so that they can get up the street, service the street, make the turn, and go back down.
Okay, and we heard that, the neighbors, the residents seem to be in favor of a half barrier, some kind of relief on Reese to block the traffic, though we heard from Karen Ross, the owner of Talleyrand, that would be very detrimental to her. And she has concerns that people would just go through her driveway and it would become a thoroughfare because of the block. But what I'm wondering is if this, I feel like 6 months is too long to wait. I mean, we've given it's been 2 months, right? And we've heard that, once we remove the queuing on Olive, they're going to queue on site. That didn't happen. And so now we're saying that, I think this is really clever, to queue them on site this way. But at some point, it's not working. And would we not know that, like in 60 days, just so we can give the residents some relief? Because I have been out there, and the cars do circle, and they get it seems apparent that the drivers are irritated. They've been flagged, and they whip around on Reese, and they speed down Reese. And one mom told me that she saw a car go around 3 times, and maybe the closure of Orchard will help, but maybe they'll just park on Orchard and dash in. And one parent said that they've lost the use of, they have lost control of their driveways because there's a lot of pulling in driveways and backing out. And so, they do worry about the safety of their kids because that didn't happen before, and there are young children there. And there's concern about the parking passes. Is there some way that, especially guest passes, they could just print them off their computer instead of having to come in, make a special trip? They have the use of them now. People can just go to a pool party, a birthday party, or whatever, but don't inconvenience the residents there.
Yeah, and I can answer your question about the passes. Definitely there's more inconvenience with permit parking, absolutely. We have, and with the council support, have made some efforts to streamline that in the last year or so. So for guest passes, anyone who is in the permit parking zone who purchases at least one annual pass for themselves is then also eligible for up to 2 annual guest passes. So if you have 1 or 2 guests, you have a hang tag. And you just keep that with you, and when your guest comes, you give that to them, and they hang it in their windshield, and they use it. If you need more guest passes beyond that, we offer daily passes through the online system. So you don't have to come make a trip. You log into the city website's passport permit portal, and you can buy those permits and then print them off and put them in the dash. That's also a short-term fix with your direction to direct the police department to expand their enforcement resources through potentially third-party resources. We are going to also be hopefully implementing the permit by plate, where your plate is your credential and you don't even have to do anything with paperwork. You just log into the system, register your pass, pay the $1, and then you're just in the system. So that's where we're ultimately going to go to be is streamlined as possible for the passes. But for now, you can at least buy the passes online, and then you just display something in your windshield. The police can also check by plate. They do have that capability, so it is a little more streamlined. But absolutely, it's certainly more inconvenience than what's out there today, and that is a trade-off.
Why do they have to pay for the passes? Say there are children there, and they have a birthday party, and so they have to pay for passes so that other children can, their parents can bring the kids to the party.
So the council has adopted those fees as part of the citywide fee schedule, and it set those passes to recover a fraction of the cost to implement the permit parking program. The city's subsidizing about 80% of the program, and we're asking the beneficiaries of the permit parking zones through their pass purchases to shoulder 20% of that cost. And so we're implementing with the current budget and a fee program that was adopted by you. You certainly could change that. We probably wouldn't recommend that, but you certainly have the authority to direct us to do something different if you so desire.
Can Raising Cane's pay for that? The 20%?
So
or 80%?
Raising Cane's has told us and has told constituents that they are willing to pay for passes for a period of time, for 1, 2, or 3 years. We did approach them for the cost of that as part of the contribution that they made to the $30,000. It would be in addition to the $30,000 contribution that they paid, and they elected not to increase the contribution. So they have not at this point provided funding to offset those passes. And so that's why we did not include that in the staff report.
So they won't pay for the parking permits in the neighborhood, even though they've created the problem.
Yeah, yes, they have indicated that they would, but in terms of the dollar amount needed to do that, they were told what that would be, and they elected not to make that contribution.
So my question is, can we, if we do these 3, if we implement these 3, can we evaluate it, say, in 30 days or 60 days? And if it's not working, because the neighbors have said, can we just declare it a public nuisance? Because it's not.
So no, you need to, I'm sorry, but
Well,
before
those
we go
would-
too far about nuisance, we need to do everything we can. So staff will bring that back. Your agenda alone is not going to get this matter back in front of you in 30 days. It'll probably be at least 2 months, but we want to
Okay,
make sure
2
that
months.
staff is able to, the measures aren't in place today, so that's going to take time to get the measures in place, probably, several weeks. And we're going to want a reasonable amount of time to implement those procedures before we declare that we've done everything we can. So I can't put a firm timeline on that, but the city needs to put these measures in place and then determine whether they're having an effect and whether there's anything else they can do. We can't just unilaterally declare a nuisance. We want that to be a facts-based decision based upon our inability to further mitigate the impacts on the neighborhood.
Right. No, I understand that we need to go through the steps, but when is, like that partial closure, if this doesn't work,
Right.
would we just, and people are running across Olive, there's trash at CVS, the donut shop doesn't have parking anymore. And at what point, and if they're not willing to pay for the permits,
So we'll know when we get there. Right now, staff has a substantial number of options before you that are not yet approved. Those measures need to be approved, and then we need to evaluate those measures. I can't speculate now that these measures aren't going to work.
right, we hope
Because
they
they're
work.
they're measures that are within the city's ability to do today. So we need to do those measures, and then we need to bring the evidence back to the council so the council can make that decision. But we wouldn't speculate today that these substantial measures aren't going to work.
Right, I hope they work. I hope they work. But can we do that, like, once they're implemented? Because I've heard like late September, and then 60 days after that. That would be plenty of time to see, are these measures working? Because we've told them, they've been told, this is going to work, this is going to work, and it hasn't worked.
I can't tell you exactly what that time would be, but staff will bring back the evidence once those measures are in place.
Okay, my question is, can we do that after they're in place, 60 days? An evaluation period at the end of 60 days, an evaluation at the end of 60 days.
So we'd like to hear a majority of the council vote on that. And I don't know.
You don't take direction from one council member, do you?
No, I just said I'd like to hear from a majority.
That's what I
Right,
mean.
no.
And we would look at the evidence.
Right.
Yeah. As to how much is the right period of time to evaluate, I have to defer to staff, but I would urge you not to reach a conclusion before you've approved the measures.
I'm not reaching a conclusion. I just want that neighborhood to have relief. Because I just happened to be out there on Thursday evening after the Betsy Lukey event, and it was a mess. And, they were told, they're going to queue on site after, the permit, after they were queuing on Olive. That didn't happen. And it hasn't, I'm hearing that it's not gotten better. And I hope this works.
So the current condition doesn't include any of these measures that staff has before you today. So we need to see if council's going to approve those this evening. Staff can put the measures in place, and then staff can identify what period of time would be sufficient. But we need to remember there's about a month of implementation that needs to happen before they're in place, and then some reasonable amount of time to bring back whether the measures are being effective or not.
Right, so there's a month to get them in. I mean, I've heard like late September. Is that correct? Okay,
Yes.
and I suggest 60 days after that.
Well, I just want to hear from staff what's reasonable. I mean, we don't want to rush this thing through and then come up wrong again. And there's no perfect solution. We have to understand that. There is no perfect solution. If there's somebody out there in the audience or that's watching us tonight, if you have the perfect solution, please contact me. Okay? Otherwise, we have to try this, and we might fail here, but then we might be successful over here. but you don't know until you try. And I don't want to rush this through. I want to give it some good time to really, so we can get the facts, so we can make good decisions moving forward with the facts, and not because of what I feel.
So,
Anybody else? Go ahead, please, staff.
So I think, if a majority of the council is expressing to us that they want to come back sooner than 6 months with something, I think that's reasonable. I think a couple of things we have to, once we do put them in, we do want to give time, a little time, reasonable amount of time for things to settle into the new patterns. So when you change traffic conditions, things shift and then they kind of settle into a new equilibrium. So we want to give it at least some time. I think we can shorten it sooner than 6 months. I think certainly 60 days after implementation, we can come back to you with an update on what the situation. So where we can measure counts again, we can monitor parking again, we can tell you how many people have buyed permits, we can hear from the residents and the businesses what's going on, and we can provide a report back to you. And we could probably, if we saw something dramatic on Reese, which I think is your biggest fall kind of secondary effect of this, we can maybe not be ready with something to implement, but have some ideas as to where we might want to go to extend and deal with something that may be happening on Reese. That is something I think that's reasonable 60 days after implementation.
Because they are extremely negatively affected now, with speeding cars and parked cars with their engines going, people eating. And there will still, hopefully not, but the people going in the queue, there's no place for them to eat. So they just go park in the neighborhood or sit in the hood of their, sit on their vehicle.
We've got a lot of nice parks in Burbank. Go to a park.
And there's a steady stream of traffic, and you can see them there sitting in their vehicles or sitting, tailgating, that kind of thing.
So yes, we are definitely sympathetic to the traffic and parking and increases on Reese. As Mr. Bonomo stated, our strategy is really to, on the dramatic things like the street closures, really start small. And that's because, as he stated, every additional street you kind of change or close, the next street over gets twice or three times that diversion. So we want to be very surgical in where we're recommending the closure. And really, the closure isn't necessarily for traffic calming and volume reduction. It's really for the queuing. It's the reason we are kind of recommending jumping straight to the closure for Orchard is that queuing, because I think that's the worst of all the things, is having a line of cars idling in front of your house. I think that is really not a situation we want to have happen, and so that's why we're addressing it, we think, with the closure.
And let's not forget Sparks, too. Sparks got to be part of the
So
equation.
we want to minimize, our recommendation is to minimize those changes that we make and then monitor and measure. And so that's why we're recommending the first step for one closure and then to measure. Yes, the council, if a majority of the council wanted to do a similar full closure to Reese, we could do it. And what it means is now, instead of 700 cars going to the nearby streets, it's 1,400 cars going to the next street over. And so now Sparks and Parrish are getting more impacted relative to Reese. But we may be there if we see these spillover effects happen. So we really think in our recommendations, we really thought about that, and our recommendation really is to start small and direct to address the queuing on Orchard, because I think that's the worst problem, and then step carefully out from there, and we can come back 2 months post-installation with some observations and data, if that's what the council
And if we
desires.
consider Reese as part of one of the closure for street, just past the alley and the exit from Talleyrand.
So I would recommend,
That
again,
would be the ideal
we look at it, but if we were to do a partial or full closure on Reese, I would not recommend it be in between the two Talleyrand driveways, because then Talleyrand becomes the thoroughfare, and that's not going to work. So if we were to do something on Reese, it would need to be below the second Talleyrand driveway. And so the alley and
That's what I mean. The alley's clear and the Talleyrand driveway's
yes.
clear as well.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
That's if you wanted to proceed with that, that's the only way I think you could do it.
Recommend.
So I have a question about this. I see there, I think there's 9 additional cars that are able to queue. So my question was, could they queue on the little nubbin of Orchard? instead of on Olive, right? They just, is this their traffic pattern? They're going to turn right from Olive
Yes.
onto there?
yes.
And as long as somebody, I mean, it's blocked here anyway, and these people, these business owners have agreed that they can come down Orchard from Oak. So would that not provide some additional queuing on Orchard?
Yes, there could be some additional queuing for the sake of the comparison between the before and after. And for the graphic, we were simply looking at on-site
Okay.
queuing. So yes, there could be a couple more. And that little,
Like,
that
looks
little-
like
that
more than a
little,
couple
dead-end
more,
spot.
right?
Pardon?
Looks like more than a couple more.
Yes.
Okay,
Probably another 4 or 5 could
Mhm.
get in there and still be off of Olive. Yes.
okay, that's all I have for now, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I just wanted to follow up. I was drawing on my thing. If we did all the way down, I don't know if you can zoom in on that. Can we get a, how does the camera work? No. But like, I drew down here. Yeah, they're in the nubbin, as you called it. And then if we could do the temporary no parking after 6 on just that one block. Let me see, there you go. It'll come down. And that way the businesses have parking during the day, but in the busiest time of after 6, the 7 to 10 window. And then my other question is, we're doing all this to help them out because they're having the hassle. Like the one guy said that the customers were treating the staff poorly because they have complaints. And so I feel like we're helping them out. So why can't they increase their 30,000 and pay for some of these permits? I don't want to charge the resident. Normally the $15, the 2080 that we do with our pyramid, that's because the residents are asking for the permit. But we're the ones asking for the permit now, and we're basically having to do it because of a problem that the residents didn't create. So I don't feel comfortable charging the tenants permits. And so I think we should reach out to Raising Cane's and say, hey, we're doing all this. We're changing the queue. We're painting the stripe. We're putting up the barricade. Can you pitch in? And, well, you got so much business. You're making money hand over fist over here. $15 is not much to ask. So I think we need to reach out and talk to them and say, we're doing this. You can cover the cost. Because that's, they're just, the place is packed. They're making money. They're making lots of money. And it's temporary. I think they can cover it, at least until the new stores open in the first of the year.
I agree with you. If you don't ask, you don't get. What could they say? No. Okay, so we might as well go and ask them and see if they can share. And obviously in the solution, we're trying to find solutions. I don't want to blame them like some people have said they've created the problem. They're just a successful business. So how successful do we want businesses in our community? Just this successful? It's unfortunate.
But they can, if they're successful, they can cover the cost. So,
Definitely. At least sharing the cost.
Can I just have another comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't support taking the parking from these businesses because it limits the highest and best use of what they can do there. If they wanted to have a little coffee shop or whatever.
well, I'm only saying in the evening. So like.
Right, but so it limits, you've restricted what they can do with their property.
Well, let's reach out to the businesses. Let's talk to them. Because if they're comfortable just in the evenings losing that space,
Well, you heard Jamie Keyser here, and she's advocating for her businesses, and she interviewed them also
Mhm.
when they were queuing in front. And, but it does limit the use, the highest and best use of these businesses if they have no nighttime curbside parking.
well, what's there right now? It's a.
So liquor store.
Well, it's empty.
The liquor store's empty.
A vacant storefront.
But what else is, there's like a couple more on that block, right?
There's a cell phone repair. There's a barber shop, and Frontier Walk is a little bit back. There's a little pottery store.
And there's a personal training studio there too.
Can we at least reach out to them and ask them about their nighttime hours? Because it seems like some of those businesses would only be really busy during the day. I don't really get my hair cut at 7 p.m. I don't know, that's just me.
Right, but the point is you limit the use. You limit the highest and best use of those, of that.
Oh, no, I
physical
understand
real estate.
that. I'm saying, let's reach out and see if they want to trade that in, because for them, you know, limiting the nighttime use might be better for them to offset this traffic fiasco, so that people who are coming to their business can actually find the right parking and go to the right space without having to navigate around, you know, this big spillover and that kind of stuff, so.
Well, hopefully, the spillover can be on Orchard.
Yeah, no,
and
I
not
know.
interfere on Olive, because it did not work on Olive. I mean, I witnessed it, and people would try to get in the queue and stall the traffic in the travel lane, and that's already been tried.
So I think, again, down to our recommendation, especially with the 60-day return with information, I think I would recommend to not do any red curb at this time, but I would recommend within the 60 days of implementation, we can reach out to those businesses with that trade-off scenario. Would you prefer some restriction of your curb parking in exchange for potentially more orderly flow? We
Sure.
can definitely do that outreach and then report that back to you
Okay.
in the 60 days.
that'd be fine.
Okay. Follow-up.
Yeah, we don't have to put that in immediately. Let's just
No,
not
we
make-
we understand that.
Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to finally weigh in here.
Yes.
No, it's good. There's good conversation. I'm happy to wait my turn. I am going to have two questions for staff. First one's going to be about the entitlement process or lack thereof for the store's opening, so whoever you want to cue to answer that. But I just wanted to thank everybody who called. We have a couple residents who are still in the audience tonight, and I appreciate them being here. And my heart goes out to you. I can't know what you're experiencing, but I drive Olive every single day, and that is a road hazard. That is absolutely insane, and I feel for those residents and the impact that this has had on their well-being, their livelihood. You know, my wife and I bought our first home, and if that happened to us, I'd be wanting to sell. It is absolutely unacceptable what's happened. So, Mr. Prescott, here's my question. It seems like a small point. Oh, God, or Mr. Ramirez or whoever it is. Oh, he lost his mask. Okay.
There he is.
I'll start my long-winded wind-up here so you get going. So, you know, we heard from one of our former colleagues, Councilmember Murphy, and, you know, there is a lot of anger and confusion in the community about how this store came to be. And I'll just be very clear. If I had the means to say no, I would have. I don't think that that's a good location for that restaurant. But can you provide a little clarity as to how that thing opened? Because to my understanding, there was no discretionary review process. There was no conditional use permit. This council never got to make that decision. Am I mistaken?
Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director for Planning. Councilmember Schultz, you're correct. It was basically a ministerial permit. The use itself, the restaurant, was a permitted use, and the drive-through business, the business with the drive-through, was an existing use entitlement that was there. In our code, we have an exception for businesses with drive-throughs and the ability to be able to continue that use. They met the requirements under our code, and as a result, they were issued a permit to initiate the work and to actually operate there.
Okay, thank you. And I that's all I had for you. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. But I just want to finish my thought, and then if the mayor is comfortable, I'm happy to
No, go ahead,
defer.
continue.
It's just that, and I know I can't speak for all of us, but I feel up here that we're all in the same place. This restaurant, look, it's great that a business is successful. That's fantastic. But there are very serious negative effects that this business is having on that neighborhood. And if we had the discretion, that is something that I would have weighed heavily. And I think that the outcome could have been different. But right now, we're left trying to fix a situation that in some ways we inherited. And I appreciate the creative thinking. So I do have other questions, but Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to let the Vice Mayor weigh in first.
Yeah, just a real quick follow-up on that. Mr. Ramirez, there was some discussion when that ministerial review process was happening to deny the permitted use of that driveway. If for some reason staff had decided to do so, with the way our current ordinance is written, what would the recourse have been for Raising Cane's? Would they have taken that denial and simply moved on to a new location? Or do they have an appeal process?
So we really can't speculate. We still have active litigation on this matter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I will stop asking
In other
questions.
words, don't go there.
Okay, then. No follow-up.
Thank you. I tried to get close to the line and not cross it there, Mr. McDougall. So I want to thank my colleagues, especially Councilmember Springer. You asked most of the questions I had planned. I did have one, though. It just seems patently unfair to me that the residents would have to pay for their permits. And I know that we have our adopted policy, and I'm speaking as someone with least experience on the council, but this to me just seems like a unique situation. And this is my question for staff. Our policy to recoup 20%, right, of the costs of a permit parking program. We often see that from a neighborhood that petitions for it, right? You know, hey, we live on Riverside, we want to have permit parking, the residents get together, the majority of them say we want it. That's what it's designed in part for, right? Yes. Oh.
Yes, that is true.
Okay. From a policy perspective, this just seems different to me. I think Raising Cane's should pay for it. If they don't, I think we have to, but the residents, at least for some period of time, it just doesn't seem fair to me that this has been thrust upon them, that their quiet enjoyment of their property is being disrupted, and yet now we're saying, oh, you have to pay $15 per permit, or up to $5. It is not fair, and it's not something that I can support. And Councilmember Springer, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I appreciate staff coming and saying, look, let's try this out, let's give it a chance to work, but 6 months is way too long. I think 60 days is something I'd be more comfortable with. The only caveat or addition I would have to what Councilmember Springer said is, if we don't close Reese tonight, and I'll get to that into a moment, I don't want us to come back 60 days from implementation and just start to talk about what Reese might look like. I think we should start working on designs now, and that very well might be your intent, but we should have a contingency option if Reese is getting pummeled by the overflow traffic. We should not wait 60 days and then start the conversation. My question about Reese is this. I hear the residents loud and clear, and they want that they want that. If I lived there, I'd want it partitioned off. I understand that we're trying to weigh, multiple factors there, right? We don't want to lose the Talleyrand, which is a long institution in our community. My thought on this is that I really appreciate, I think it was Mr. Burkhardt who had or a couple other residents who had the creative idea of the partial separation. To me, and I'm not a traffic engineer, I do think that has some public safety concerns for me, because, someone's going to drive through the wrong direction on that thing. But do you have any thoughts on that idea? Because I thought it was at least a creative suggestion.
So yes, it is definitely within the toolbox. We in fact have those. We have at least one in the Toluca Lake neighborhood, kind of out on the western edge of the city, just west of kind of Warner Brothers, west of Rose. So we do have them, and they are legal, and they can be designed in a way that they're safe and can meet all the requirements. So it is an option, and what it does is it prevents one-way travel. So for instance, you could put it on the west side of Reese, and that would restrict cars going south on Reese, because you'd come to a barrier and you'd have to turn into the alley. We direct you into the alley. That would allow northbound traffic from the neighborhood to go back out to the street. Would also allow it be a little bit easier to deal with in terms of emergency ingress and egress. The one item at Orchard is tricky with the turnarounds and stuff, and to have the partial is definitely easier. I think so. That's the upside, and you would see. I think you'd see an effect. So that's the upside. The downside is you will have people going around it, and you will then have to enforce that. And so that will then be back to what we talk about a lot, which is the effectiveness is limited by the ability to enforce. So I think there would be some effect, but you will also have, I think you'll see frustration that people will disregard it. Some segment will disregard it, and so it won't be as effective as a closure. But it is definitely a toolbox of neighborhood protection that we as professionals look at when doing these sorts of projects.
So my personal idea for the body and potential direction to staff would be, if you came back, or if 60 days from implementation, if you're looking at various design proposals for Reese, I'd really want you to take a look at full street closure versus partial street closure, because that's my big concern, is that you're going to have a partial closure, we're not going to have the resources to enforce it, and you're going to have people going the wrong way down that thing, and that can lead to, well, just bad outcomes. So to me, it would almost seem just better to close the darn thing off, and I understand there's a lot of work we got to do there. We got to talk to all the stakeholders. So that would be my suggestion for direction to staff, is let's start working that up now. Maybe it never comes to that. That's the hope. But we should absolutely start that conversation. I think that's all I have for now, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Springer?
Yes, I know I've asked this question before, but there's just some real concern in the neighborhood that they're going to stay open until midnight. And I've told them, because I've asked, and I've been told that they have no intention to do that, but they could change their mind, right? Could they change their mind?
Mayor Talamontes, members of the City Council, Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. That's correct. They could by right be open until midnight. They've opted to be open until 10. Planning staff is bringing back to the City Council in October an urgency ordinance related to drive-throughs. Our current drive-through regulations are inadequate to address the current type of drive-throughs we're seeing, especially post-COVID, where people's behaviors changed so dramatically. So our standards didn't anticipate In-N-Out wrapping around to Burbank Boulevard at midnight on a Tuesday night. It didn't anticipate Starbucks. It didn't anticipate Chick-fil-A or Raising Cane's. The standards just didn't. So we need to address that. So we're going to bring an urgency ordinance to the council in October to help do that, to start to do that. The Raising Cane's, as Fred Ramirez indicated, is a permitted use. The restaurant is a permitted use. The drive-through, if there had not been a drive-through there, they would have to apply for a CUP. Chick-fil-A came to us with a request where they currently are, and we just said, well, you don't have a drive-through and there's a neighborhood there. And so they shrugged their shoulders and said, okay, we'll just do the regular one. But remember, we had similar impacts from Chick-fil-A as well. The trash in the neighborhood, people parking, et cetera. It's just, we have to manage it better, right? And so none of us are happy with the situation around Raising Cane's, and we want to make it better. But we also want to make sure that that doesn't happen again. So we're going to bring, as I mentioned, the urgency ordinance to council in October to do that.
Okay, I have another question. There were, I think, at least one question about or an email about the BRT, the bus rapid transit, and how, what's the impact?
So the BRT is proposed by Metro to take a travel lane for the bus lane. You, as part of your response to their environmental impact report, final environmental impact report, said that the segment on Olive from Buena Vista to the freeway should not be implemented as a bus lane, but should be as mixed flow, which means that just buses go in regular traffic. So they've seen that, and we, because of the nature of BRT, are ultimately allowing them to operate on our street, and they have to get a permit from us, and so we can tell Metro that it needs to be mixed flow. So the city council has told them and can limit permits so that it's mixed flow, and so it would not be a dedicated bus lane.
And so the design of this, the traffic flow of this, those are being done in your head concomitantly, the BRT and this.
So
right?
yeah, with the BRT and with the dedicated bus lane, there would be complications with the queuing and the bus lane. With the BRT as mixed flow, we have just still the general issues of queuing in travel lanes and how that affects traffic. With, yes, the added issue that there will be more frequency of buses, but quite frankly, that's the bigger issue is just the queuing on Olive generally, and how we could be restricting that with the Raising Cane's operation. And then the trade-off is, as the vice mayor said, is do you let it queue? Do you do you have the parking? You restrict the parking and have the queue go there. It's really going to be a balancing act. If we recommend and you approve this recirculation, this transformation, and then see how it works, see what the queues really are doing. And I think the queues will be lessened on Olive. The time that there's queuing on Olive will be lessened because there's more circulation available. I still think there will be queuing on Olive because, as been pointed out by some of the speakers, at certain peak times, for whatever reason, it backs up further. Staff has been looking at it definitely at all hours on the weekday and have not seen those dramatic queues lately. Mr. Bonomo here himself has been out there in the later evenings during the week observing and has not seen the terrible queues to Buena Vista. Of course, weekends we're not here, so that could very well be happening. We will be following up also with our traffic management center. We have some cameras in the area. We can kind of see, are we having the big queues to Buena Vista still occurring? And we can, provide that as part of your update as well, especially after we make the change. We can report what the queues are doing on Olive.
Thank you. That's all.
Vice Mayor?
I just had one follow-up to Mr. Prescott. I wanted to ask you, this came to us almost 2 years ago, right? I believe when it first started to make its way through the departments. I'd never heard of this restaurant before. Is there any way, and even you said it yourself, people's driving habits and ordering habits, food habits changed during the pandemic. Is there any way we could have predicted that this unknown restaurant that we've never heard of on the West Coast would have had this giant queue out of I mean, this is.
There's like a cult following that we were not aware of, and it's like a social media driven kind of thing, and so they're the Caniacs, and so a new Raising Cane's opens and everyone flocks to it until the next one opens, right? And it's a thing. It's just like Californians are obsessed with In-N-Out. Raising Cane's is a thing. So I've made a little hobby of visiting other Raising Cane's in Southern California when I'm out in the region, and what I've observed is, I can't say this will replicate here, I'm just saying what I've observed elsewhere, is that the Raising Cane's that are part of regional malls, Puente Hills Mall on Azusa and Stonewood Center in Downey, very long lines. Maybe it's a family outing, they go to the mall, they get in line for Raising Cane's, and you wait 45 to 50 minutes to get it. And I did. It was disappointing. But frankly, to each his own. People seem to love it. And but the other places I've been to, Azusa, Glendora, Orange, La Mirada, they're dry. It varies greatly. In Azusa at 6:30 p.m. on a Saturday night, there were 2 cars in the drive-thru.
These are the standalone drive-thru restaurants.
These are the standalone kinds of places. So I don't know if that replicates here once the other the locations in the region, Palmdale, North Hollywood, Northridge, and Hollywood open, and they're probably going to take longer than we've been told because they don't seem to be. I've driven by those as well, and I don't see construction actively taking place. But yeah, it's kind of one of those phenomenon types of places.
And they didn't disclose that when they were applying for these permits and telling us.
It's just one love, it's just that's their thing. So, but like I said, we want to be able to address this because we have other drive-throughs in town that some of these similar businesses are looking at, and we want to make sure that if they do reuse them, they do in a way that protects our residents, particularly the ones that are residentially adjacent. I don't know if there's another one out there, a new one.
Right.
There are other contenders for best chicken from the South, so so who knows? Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I agree with Councilmember Schultz when it comes to the permits. He makes a great discussion about the public. The residents didn't want it. They weren't asking to have permits on their street. We, the city, are imposing the permits on them. So either Cane's pays for it or we pick up the tab. It's obviously this is a situation where we have to protect our residents, bottom line. And we don't want to put another $15 tab on their head because we're imposing that requirement on them without them coming towards us. Yes, Mr. City Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, that's a good point. about who pays. And I would point out that because our fees for parking permits and other types of services provided are based upon the cost of providing the service, at some point, it's going to cost more for the city to issue a permit and then go to Raising Cane's. It's probably going to cost the city 2 to 3 times as much to issue that permit than if you simply said on these streets, the city will eat the processing cost as part of this interim regulatory control program, whether it's 60 days or 90 days. I would not suggest that we go on forever. That's not what I'm suggesting. I think there needs to be an end to this for sure. However, this could be in the effort to chase the payer for the service, the city may pay 4 times the cost. How much was did I hear $1 for a daily guest visitor pass?
Yes, $15 for the annual permits, $1 for the daily guest. We estimated about maybe 5,000 or 6,000 a year for the 2 streets in revenue. If we average about 3 annual permits per year, so you would, if the council wants to implement this for these 2 streets, you're basically talking about a minor hit to the general fund.
You know, and it's not even revenue, to tell you the truth. It's offsetting the cost.
Yes.
So when you talk about revenue, I think above and beyond. No, this isn't even above and beyond. This is just 20% of the 100% cost.
Right. So if people were going to have a pool party and they have 15 guests, we're going to have staff chasing Raising Cane's for $15. Or we can say for Orchard and Reese or whichever streets we're talking about, because they're part of this interim regulatory program, we don't spend $50 going after $15. That's
You took the words right out of my
Okay.
mouth, Mr. City Attorney. Excellent. Great minds. Councilmember Schultz.
Just one point on that. Could we not, I agree that makes sense procedurally to do it, but there'd be nothing to stop us from going back to Raising Cane's and saying, we know you want to be good neighbors, and the city is absorbing this cost to deal with the negative effects of your store. So if you'd like to continue being a great neighbor, we would sure love you to kick in and reimburse some of the costs that we're now footing to ease the pain on our residents.
And to that point, the long-term picture here is whether this restaurant can operate without undue impacts on the community. That's the long-term view. So I don't want to sweat the small details right now. We have a trial date in April of 2023 on the underlying issue. So I don't want to go into a bunch of detail. But ultimately, the bigger picture is how to eliminate these impacts. And we'll keep our eye on that. But I just wanted to point out that if we're talking about $1 on a Saturday afternoon, we're going to be chasing our tail on. So, point taken. Staff is in discussions, and I'm sure they're watching this meeting as well to see how their project is being discussed. So those conversations, I'm sure, will be ongoing.
Especially their lawyers.
Mr. Mayor? I
Yes.
just had one final question. I know that we've spent a lot of time, as we rightfully should, talking about Orchard and Reese, but we haven't spent a lot of time talking about Parrish and Oak and Sparks. So let's say we move forward with the idea, we go through with implementation, 60 days we get a report back. How soon are we going to start looking at those streets? I mean, are we going to have some data to talk about? Are we going to have some design options to talk about? Because if I'm living on Sparks or Parrish, I'm worried. I'm like, okay, when am I going to get my solution here?
So for the neighborhood protection plan update, which we first started discussing in April, step 1 was this, what we're discussing tonight. Step 2 is how this impacts the broader neighborhood, obviously including Sparks, Oak, Parrish as well. For the report back, I think that's something, David, we can certainly include kind of something high level on what we've seen based on the data, what the data is telling us. Part of it will be taking those measurements again on the surrounding streets. We can broaden it a little bit to look even a little bit further than just the couple streets on either side, because obviously these changes are happening in an ecosystem. It affects how people travel, blocks south and north, east and west. So we certainly can look at that.
I just don't want the broadening to take effect and lengthen the report coming back to us. Right now, the focus is what we're talking about, right?
Certainly.
What's the agenda item? That's our focus. But we also, like Councilmember Schultz is saying, also start thinking about broadening to the other streets as well.
Yes, so we definitely won't let the broader neighborhood analysis impact what you've asked. It sounds like you're going to ask us to do, which is to come back sooner. It's running somewhat concurrently, and we are still going through an overall outreach and analysis of the broader neighborhood, which I think is important. So we're not going to let the 60-day thing be stymied by the broader process, but we are going to continue with the broader process because we want to see, there's other problems away from Raising Cane's. I think, quite honestly, the speeds on some of the other streets just throughout the neighborhood were a lot of them were above 30. If you didn't have a speed hump on it, you were at 30, 32, 34 miles an hour. That's pretty fast. So we saw that before Raising Cane's. So those other issues that we see in the neighborhood, we want to have conversation with the neighbors about solutions and then ultimately to the council.
Great, excellent, thank you. Council members, we're coming to a conclusion here. The staff is asking for 2 recommendations on this agenda item.
Mr. Mayor, I can do my best to make a motion that I think encapsulates what we've talked about. I just wanted to add one last thought, and that is, look, I appreciate the situation staff's in. I know you're trying to help the community find solutions. So none of us are trying to give you a hard time, but I just hope you hear us loud and clear. We're just relaying to you the frustration we're getting from all of our residents. I mean, they are just fed up. So whatever you can do as quickly as you can do it. That's the goal here.
You're
okay?
just not getting 6 months.
Yeah, 60 days. There we go.
I don't know, we'll see what the vote goes.
All right, so Councilmember Springer, if I miss anything, jump in, okay? But I move, number 1, that we adopt a resolution of the Burbank City Council authorizing and establishing a preferential parking district on the 100 and 200 blocks of South Reese Place and South Orchard Drive, speed humps on South Reese Place, and temporary street closure on South Orchard Drive as part of the Rancho Providencia Neighborhood Protection Plan. That's number 1. Number 2, that staff report back no later than 60 days from the date of implementation of those measures on the success and failures of those measures. And number 3, that we amend the fiscal year 22-23 budget to implement the temporary street closure.
I'll second. Thank you.
Okay, motion, further discussion? Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes? Thank you.
Maybe. Vice Mayor, why don't you take number 16? I'm having a hard time here.
All right, item number 16. We have here report from, who's giving this report? Fred? No. Here we go. Next report, adopt of a resolution affirming the Community Development Director's determination that a proposed mixed-use project located at 3201 West Olive Avenue meets the site eligibility requirements for an SB 35 project pursuant to Burbank Municipal Code Section 10-1-19302A3 of Title 10, Chapter 1, Division 12. Please proceed with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I get the presentation?
And you are Mr. David Kim, yes? Associate Planner?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Talamantes and council members. My name is David Kim, Associate Planner with the Community Development Department Planning Division. This evening, I will be presenting to council a proposed SB 35 Notice of Intent application that was submitted to the city for a project site located at 3201 West Olive Avenue. The presentation tonight will go over 3 site eligibility requirements of an SB 35 project in accordance with Burbank Municipal Code 10-1-19302A3 for council's review and consideration for the specific SB 35 notice of intent application. I will begin with a brief background on why this item is before council tonight. On January 4th, 2022, the City Council adopted an ordinance that established a streamlined ministerial review process for eligible housing projects. The Council's adoption of this ordinance created a zoning code section in the City Municipal Code that goes into detail of what steps are required for an SB 35 project review. The first step in the streamlined process is the SB 35 Notice of Intent Application Review, or also known as SB 35 NOI Application Review. In this step, the city has within 60 days after the receipt of the application to go before the City Council for Council's consideration and review of 3 specific site eligibility requirements as required by Burbank Municipal Code 10-19303A3 and outlined in Government Code Section 65913.4, subsections lowercase a to uppercase A through C. The SB 9 NOI application for project site located at 3201 West Olive Avenue was submitted on June 24, 2022. This item before council is in accordance with Burbank Municipal Code. Before going over the 3 SB 35 site eligibility requirements that council will consider, I will also give a brief background on the purpose and intent of the Senate Bill 35. Since 2018, SB 35 requires cities to process qualifying housing projects ministerially without requiring discretionary review. The intent of the state bill was to address both the state's housing shortage and the availability of affordable housing. The main purpose of SB 35, therefore, was to create a ministerial streamlined review process for eligible housing projects that met the state's site eligibility requirements. This streamlined ministerial review process was required for cities that had not met their regional housing assessment unit numbers given by the state. The approval of SB 35 ministerial process resulted in cities processing eligible housing projects that met criteria of an SB 35 project through a streamlined ministerial approval process, and a review for compliance with objective standards such as objective general plan and zoning standards, objective subdivision standards, objective design review standards that were in effect at the time the NOI was submitted to the city. The SB 35 timeline is provided on the slide to give a visual representation of the process established by council in accordance with SB 35. The blue rectangular area represents the SB NOI review stage. It includes both the review of the SB 35 project eligibility criteria and completing the tribal consultation process as required by state law. After the SB 35 NOI stage is considered complete, the project applicant will be able to begin stage number 3 on the timeline, which is the SB 35 application submittal. The project is currently not at this stage. Once the NOI is complete, which includes completing an enforcement agreement with the tribes that have requested tribal consultation, the proposed SB 35 project could go before council at a future date once the applicant submits for an SB 35 application. It is important to note that as part of the NOI review stage, it involves the steps of council site eligibility review per BMC section 10-1-19303A3 within 60 days after receipt of the NOI application to the city. In the next couple of slides, I will be going over briefly the project area and the project description. The project site is located in the city's Media District specific plan area. It is over an acre in lot size and is bounded by North Lima Street to the west, West Olive Avenue to the south, West Alameda Avenue to the north, and the project area consists of multiple parcels that includes a recently vacated portion of California Street. As of today, the project site is vacant with no structures currently improved on the property. According to the SP 35 NOI application submitted by the applicant, the project includes a proposed construction of a 5-story mixed-use commercial and residential development with 144 rental dwelling units that includes setting aside 15 units for very low income level. It also includes over 1,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space and 2 levels of subterranean parking. There will also be a publicly accessible open space as called out on the project plans, also known as Bob Ho Park, on the east corner portion of the project site towards where West Alameda Avenue and West Olive Avenue intersects. Now that we have a general understanding of the project site and the project description, staff will present to council in the next several slides the analysis of the 3 site eligibility requirements of an SB 35 project. It is important again to note that the council is not approving or denying the project at this stage. The first site eligibility criteria requires that the project site consists of legal parcels, and also that the city boundaries include some portion of either an urban area or urban cluster area as designated by the U.S. Census. For this site criteria, staff referenced the U.S. Census 2010 Census Urbanized Area Reference Map, which is the latest Census Urbanized Area Map. The map shown on this slide represents the census map as it shows the urbanized area and urban cluster area that stretches several counties, including LA County. Burbank's boundaries are located within the red rectangular area. The light green color represents an urbanized area or an urban cluster area. The city of Burbank, as shown on the map, is located in either an urbanized area or urban cluster area. Therefore, the project site does meet this site eligibility criteria. This slide shows a land survey of the project site that was prepared by a licensed land surveyor. The entire land survey can be viewed in attachment 6 of the staff report. In the land survey, it shows that the project site consists of multiple parcels with legal descriptions for each. Therefore, the project site also meets this site eligibility requirement of the project site consisting of legal parcels. The second site criteria requires that the project site adjoins 75% of its perimeter to urban uses. To analyze this criteria, we must first define what an urban use is. California Government Code, Section 65913.4K defines urban use as the following. Urban uses means any current or former residential, commercial, public institutional, transit or transportation passenger facility or retail use or any combination of those uses. The aerial map shows that the project site, this aerial map shows the project site, and it shows that 100% of its perimeter adjoins urban uses. To the north of the project site, there are existing residential properties. To the south, there is office and commercial uses. To the west is the existing Telluride mixed-use commercial and residential development. And to the east, there are existing commercial uses like retail and restaurants. Therefore, the project site also meets this site eligibility criteria for an SB 35 project. The third site criteria requires that the project site be zoned for residential use or residential mixed-use development, or has a general plan designation that allows residential uses or a mix of residential and commercial, residential and non-residential uses, with at least 2/3 of the total square footage of the development designated for residential uses. To analyze this site criteria, staff reference the city's zoning map and the city's general plan land use designation map. On this slide, staff presents the two maps. One is the city's zoning map, and the other is the city's general plan land use designation map. The project site is zoned MDC2, which stands for Media District Limited Commercial Zone. In VMC section 10-1-502, the MDC2 zone allows for specific residential developments, such as allowing mixed-use developments and other specific housing developments. Therefore, the site is zoned for allowing residential uses. The general plan land use designation of the subject site is Media District Commercial. In the city's general plan 2035, the Media District Commercial land use designation has a maximum allowable density standard of 58 units per acre. Therefore, the site also has a general plan standard for residential density. The proposed project is considered a mixed use with 144 residential units and approximately 1,000 square feet of ground floor commercial. The proposed residential square footage of the total development equals to approximately 99% of the total building square footage area. Therefore, the project site also meets the minimum 2/3 residential square footage requirement for an SB 35 mixed-use development project. As presented in the previous slides, the project site meets all three site eligibility requirements of an SB 35 project. The project site does consist of legal parcels, and the city boundary is within an urban cluster or urbanized area as defined by the U.S. Census. The project site is surrounded at least 75% of its perimeter to urban uses. And lastly, the project site is zoned for allowing residential type developments, has a general plan land use standard for maximum allowable density, and meets the minimum residential square footage percentage for an SB 35 mixed-use project. The California Environmental Quality Act, Division 13, commencing with Section 21000 of Public Resource Code, does not apply to projects qualifying for streamlined ministerial approval process. As a result, the project is not subject to CEQA. Moreover, an SB 35 project cannot be required to have any studies that would otherwise be required under CEQA, such as related to traffic, air quality, noise, and etc. Therefore, staff recommends the following: that the City Council adopts a resolution of the City Council of the City of Burbank affirming the Community Development Director's determination that a proposed mixed-use project, SB 35, Notice of Intent to Submit Application Project Number 22-0004002, located at 3201 West Olive Avenue, meets the site eligibility requirements for an SB 35 project pursuant to Burbank Municipal Code Section 10-19302A3. Thank you, and staff is here to answer questions.
Thank you very much for the report, colleagues. Vice Mayor?
This is that eyesore of a triangle that's got nothing on it, just a dirt patch right now, right? Okay, that's great, because this...
Yeah, at one time it was going to be the Bob Hope Museum.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What happened to that? Oh, doesn't matter. Let's put something there. This is great. Yeah, let's get some housing, some mixed use, some commercial, and we get over 10% affordable for very low income.
Yes, as part of the SB 35 requirements,
Okay.
the applicant is required to set aside 10%
Okay.
for affordable level, and the applicant currently is proposing at least 15% to be set aside.
Oh, sorry, I thought I read 10%. Give me 1 second.
Is that modern math you were doing?
I don't know. I see that. Sorry, just to double check. It says 144 rental dwelling units, including 15 deed restricted. 15 out of 144, that's like 10%. Am I not reading that correctly?
10, 14.
But is there a density bonus on this?
It is.
Okay,
There
so
is.
that's why the math is going that way. It's 15% before the density bonus.
Oh, I see. I got you. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. Thank you. Good catch.
You good?
All right, I'm good. Yeah.
Councilmember Schultz?
I'll just be brief. I could say a lot of things about how I like the project and we need housing. However, our role is just to look at site eligibility. Mr. Kim, you did an outstanding presentation. The report was thorough. I have no questions, and I concur with the director's determination.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes. I just have a few questions that I agree it's eligible. I mean, I think I'm interpreted as eligible for SB 35. But my question is, are we going to vacate that little section of California? Do we know something like that at this point? That splits it?
This is Councilmember Springer. The portion of the California street that abuts the project site area has been vacated.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And on something like this, if we could do a traffic study before so we can mitigate the impacts.
That's not permitted.
Okay. Well, it's not permitted in SB 35, or we could do it, right?
No, we can't because there's no trigger. It's actually ministerial, but under state law. And under the act, we also can't, it's not subject to CEQA. Also, traffic studies that result in neighborhood compatibility issues, those aren't CEQA anymore either. And there's no code requirement for a traffic study under this circumstance.
So it wouldn't be a good thing for us to do, just so we could mitigate, like,
It would just cost money.
before it's done.
Well,
it's gonna
so
cost money
we
one way
already
or the
have
other.
an Alameda Neighborhood North plan
Okay.
that this abuts, and
Uh-huh.
the city's already studied that entire corridor and put measures in place. But this is a ministerial project, and there's no trigger to do a traffic study, and I'll let Mr. Ramirez carry on from there.
So what I would say, Councilmember Springer, is, as you recall, we're doing the immediate district specific plan update. And as part of that, we're going to have transportation analysis in the area, and it would also encompass this location and the area around it. So what I would say is we're going to get to what you want, which is a thorough analysis of what's going to happen from a land use implication in that area, both with this project, if it's entitled at some point in the near future, as well as other development that you'll be considering. So we'll get there. It might not be through the project specific, but a cumulative analysis
But
will
it's
happen.
coming.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, colleagues. Need a motion? A second. Councilmember Schultz?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of Burbank affirming the Community Development Director's determination that a proposed mixed-use project, specifically project number 22-0004002, located at 3201 West Olive Avenue, meets the site eligibility requirements for a California State Senate Bill 35 project pursuant to Burbank Municipal Code Section 10-1-19302, Subdivision A, Subsection 3.
Second.
Motion and second. Further discussion? Madam City Clerk, please.
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes?
Yes, thank you. No, this is time for brief council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments. But first, I want to ask the city clerk, there is an announcement you want to make, right? In regards to, you want to share with the community, please?
Yes, I'm making an announcement. I hate to make this announcement, actually, it's that announcement that Ms. Jimenez is going to be leaving the city of Burbank, and she's moving on to bigger and better things. She's going to the city of South Pasadena. So we definitely hate to lose her, but I'm extremely happy for her and her success, and we will deeply miss her. Thank you for allowing me to make that announcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being part of the family. It was very nice working with you, but you're kind of going back home. It's closer to home anyway, right? There you go. Okay, thank you. Council members? Go ahead. Councilmember Springer?
Yes, I met with Burbank Fire Department, RE proposed service and organizational enhancements. I met with my SCAG, San Fernando Valley Housing Policy Leadership Academy, Zoomed the Park Board meeting, attended VICA, their annual luncheon, and the tribute to Alice Osmar at the Betsy Lukey Center. And that wraps it up for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like Councilmember Springer, I had the meeting with Chief Garcia regarding the fire department's proposed service and organizational enhancements. Saturday, August 13th, I attended the ribbon cutting for Lotus and Light. Outstanding Vietnamese food, and right, Mr. Mayor, I mean, quite the ribbon cutting. I mean, they had outstanding.
Amazing.
Yeah. Colleagues, I would just say that as one of your liaisons to Sustainable Burbank Commission, I won't talk about it, but just a heads up. At their last meeting on August 15th, they were talking about the artificial turf on Brace Canyon and some concerns that they have about microplastics. So all I will say for now is that there will be a letter likely coming to council in the very near future, both about that specific project as well as artificial turf fields in general. I also wanted to congratulate the chair and vice chair of that commission, Jean Schomburger, Robin Gemmel, for maintaining their status as chair and vice chair. The police commission on Wednesday the 17th had their commission team building exercise and training. Wanted to congratulate James Coombs, the new commission chair, and Eva Liu, the new vice chair of that commission. And then Roma Kakobian is the secretary. I had a meeting that same day with an organization, the Child Care Resource Center, which is an available resource that offers assistance to families in financial need of assistance for child care in Burbank. If you want to learn more, they have funds, they can help. You can call them at 1-866-67-4KIDS or visit them at ccrcca.org/apply. And it was an informational meeting, and they say they have funding and they want to help Burbank families get financial assistance. And I can tell you, childcare is not cheap. And then lastly, we had our special closed session meeting yesterday, which our city attorney covered, and that's everything.
Vice Mayor, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for almost 2 weeks, I was actually in Greece, and I'm almost back on Burbank time.
Thank you for calling in, by the way.
Yeah, that was fun. It was 2 a.m. in Greece when I called you guys at the last meeting. It was fun. It was a nice time. Got to see the birthplace of democracy, so that was enjoyable. And then the day after I got back, I actually attended the Griffith Park Summer Celebration. Assemblymember Friedman and LA Councilmember Nithya Raman held a little event in Griffith Park. They are actually closing down Griffith Park Drive to street traffic, to cars, so that you can bike and ride your horses and walk. There was a lot of really bad accidents during the pandemic, so they're basically changing the shape of Griffith Park. I think it's going to turn out really well. Dan Brotman and Paula Devine from Glendale were there, and I got to meet Mayor Garcetti for the first time, so that was interesting. Got to hang out with Eric Garcetti, and then the day after that, yesterday I got a official diagnosis for autism at the age of 41. Basically a 13-year process. One of the hardest things to do in this country is actually get an official diagnosis. Not only are there not people trained to do that nationwide, but the cost. I have pretty good government insurance. I still have to pay $560 out of pocket to do this thing. It's very cost prohibitive. It's a difficult thing to do, and not many people can get it. So I'm proud to say that I'm no longer openly autistic. I am now officially autistic, and it was a nice change of pace for me. A very important milestone for me to
Mr.
hit.
Vice Mayor, if you don't mind me asking, what is the process? You have to take a test?
So you basically have to go through some long years of therapy and interviews and discussions with trained professionals. You start with one, and then you get moved on to a specialist, and they have to recommend you each step of the way. And then they do an evaluation. They talk to other people who've seen you. So basically, you can't get evaluated by the people who have talked to you. You got to have an independent person go in, and then they interview the people who've talked to you. So you have like all these barriers. So there's not any sort of bias. It was a lot. It was a lot.
13 years?
13 years it took me. Yeah. So it's pretty tough. Pretty tough.
Congratulations, I guess.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
If it's a good thing or not.
Yeah. So that was big for me. That was a big thing for me this week.
Councilmember Springer? You're done? Oh, she did. Okay, now, I'm up. Thank you very much. Yes, I also met with the Burbank Fire Department in regards to their proposed service and organizational enhancements. What they're proposing is going to be good for Burbank. It's going to be very good for the community, for the residents, better safety responses, and it benefits the community. Even though it's going to cost more, in the long run, it's going to benefit the community. Let's see, I attended the Cultural Arts Commission meeting. I also attended the fourth quarter of the LA Army Community Partners meeting. It was over there at LAPD Training Center over by Dodger Stadium. That was very exciting, being around all those Army guys. I was also at the Lotus and Light ribbon cutting. Very exciting. It's over there on Pass and Oak, and that commercial over by Vaughn's. Yeah, it was a very exciting ribbon cutting. Let me see, I also spoke at an Eagle Scout Court of Honor for a new Eagle Scout, David McBride. Congratulations to him. Let's see, I attended the LoSAN board meeting. I attended the VICA's annual local office holders event. We had a San Fernando Valley COG meeting. I spoke at the Alice Asmar tribute and art installation reception at the Betsy Lukey Creative Arts Center. That was very well attended. And I was at, I couldn't make the Griffith Park event.
We missed you.
I was at the Mobility 21 Southern California Transportation Summit over in Anaheim. So that was very good too. And Garcetti was there as well.
That's why you rushed out so
Yeah. There you go. And then we had the special city council closed meeting on Monday. So that's all I have. Anyone else? Okay, let's see, where are we going from here? Right here. Yeah, additional agenda items, colleagues? Now is the time for introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of the council have any items to introduce? No one? I just have a question in regards to, and I've asked this before, the status of the hiring of the new community service officers. It sounds to me like we need to hire them, we need to expedite their hiring. Because obviously, parking control is down. A lot of people aren't there anymore filling those positions. Now it looks like Keynes is gonna need some enforcement, And these individuals, the community service officers, they were in the process, the chief is in the process of going through the hiring process. They can serve all kinds of different, abilities. I mean, they can be parking control officers, they can be officers at the concert hall, at the concerts up at the Starlight Bowl. I think we're going the right direction, but we've got to get them on board. Yes, Mr. City
Mr. Mayor,
Manager.
yeah, we will provide you an update as soon as we can, and we'll get you, I know that's being worked on right now, so yeah, we'll get you an update.
Well, I believe they're just as important as firefighters and police officers, because it's going to be a big help to the community in different aspects. So anyway, that's just my thinking. I appreciate you being so patient. So we now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, September 13th for a regular meeting in the council chambers. The public may view the meeting online or on television and will be able to provide public comment in the following 4 ways. In person for general public comment and public hearings, by calling in directly to the council meeting to speak during the general public comment period and public hearing items only, by leaving an e-comment on the city webpage, by emailing the city council directly. Thank you and good night. Be safe out there. We're adjourned.